lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Beer buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truth decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. In the silence sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Being buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, market break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It's great to see you all. We are open for business. I have missed you all so very much. Great to see everybody here today. I appreciate you all more than you know. Thank you for joining us. Hope everybody had an amazing weekend. We are back. It's Monday. It is October 6th. This month's moving by quickly, guys. Great to see you all again. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing here at the cafe today, guys. Back to Idaho. A little bit of a conversation in regards to who, if anybody, told Dylan and or Bethany to call 911. There's a bit of a debate about that right now. And why. I want to review a video that was put out by another creator. I'll put all of his information out for you as well. But I watched it today and it was interesting. I watched two actually early this morning. It was very interesting. So we're going to review and talk about those as well as what we have in the title and whatever else we get into. Hopefully Eddie will join me. And well, you know how the rest of this goes, you guys. You know how it goes. So that being said, let's get this stuff a moving. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. All right. I like that song 4. I guess that's the number I am in line. I love that song. Thank you to Molly for creating that song. She really put some heart into it and thought about it. She said she always does that with the stuff she might puts together for this. She's an amazing, very creative person, and I'm grateful to have her as the videographer for this channel. She does all sorts of stuff, guys. She's when she has the time. She's very busy. does a lot of her stuff too, but she does an amazing job with it, and I'm beyond grateful. It's a great song. It's very fitting, and I like how it fits. So anyway, yeah, you can tell I agree with that. She puts heart into everything she does. So anyway, welcome. Excuse me, welcome to all of you. And all right, already, Mr. Eddie's in the house. Welcome, sir. How are you today?
Happy Monday. Happy
Same,
Monday to everybody.
same to you, my friend. Same to you. It's great to see everybody here. Appreciate you all. Eddie, of course, thank you so much for joining me. I'm sure we're gonna have a great conversation as we always do today. Um, like I said, we're gonna be breaking down some things based on another video that was put out and our own thoughts in this topic itself. Thank you, SRB. I was going to ask you to do that, but you're already in my mind. So there it is, guys. Please make sure that you do hop on over, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like everything our little Miss Molly does. Molly Drake, if you will, please. She's very creative, very awesome. I'm grateful that she's part of this family and this team. So check her out, guys, if you will. Let's see who we got here real quick. Eddie, bear with me for a minute. Angel D, my favorite Aussie's in the house. Good to see you, Angel. Miss Rowena, welcome back. Great to see you. Pappy, what's up, brother? Scott, Metalhead's in the house all the way from the UK. Great to see you, brother. Michelle F, another UKer. Love it. Love all our UKers, guys. I love you guys joining us. Donna Salamander, welcome back to you. It is great to see you all. Miss Tandy's here on lunch break, I'm guessing. Great to see you, Miss Tandy. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Eddie up here with me today. I appreciate him so much for that. SRBBB. Great to see you today. Tomboy Charms in the house, driving the unpaid Uber that she does. Miss Cat K, always happy to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Great to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining us. True Seekers in the house, doing the same thing we're doing today. Looking for a little truth. We appreciate that and appreciate you. WB, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Donna, oh, I saw you already. Miss In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see. Show. Guys, please do what Miss Tandy says. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Share this out if you will. And let everybody know what we're doing today. Miss Taylor with Stitching, Bitching, and more. Thank you for joining us, Miss Taylor. Great to see you today. I think almost got everybody. Miss Paula, the positive one. Can't ever forget about Miss Paula. First in the house, most of the time. Great to see you, Miss Paula. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Again, everybody on your way through the door, hit that like button and turn around and share this back out if you would, and let everybody know what we're doing, please, and thank you. Michael 007 in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Wonderful. It's been a while. Great to see you. Michael says you're living in Scotland now. Good for you, my friend. Hope to see you soon. Beautiful area in Scotland. Great to know, Michael. Thanks for joining us. We've missed you. It's great to see you, sir. Christina Reynolds, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, SRB, for that. Great to see you, Michael. We've missed you. Hope your move went smooth. And beautiful place there, Scotland. Love to visit it. I think Michael's visited so many times, he just wanted to stay, so I get it. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you today, Moonbreaker. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Scotty. Good to see you, brother. Let's see. I think I got... And, of course, the Canadian Cat Lady. Great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you in the house. Thank you, SRB, again. Happy man. Yvonne Poole, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. The megastar Miss Meg's in the house. Good to see you. Care Bear, welcome back to you. Let me turn that down in the background, you guys. I'm sorry. I always do this. I always forget. All right. Allison White, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. The Done One in the house today. Good to see you. Mr. Jesse Shule. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Great to have you here today. I will not be singing the blues, my friend. I live the blues. I won't sing it to you, though. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Not today. Lost Faith, welcome. Good to see you. 54 peeps in the house. 36 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, you guys. Come on in. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Coffee, tea, whatever it may be that you choose to drink with us today. Grab some of it. Get comfortable. Hit that like button. Share this out. We're going to have a great conversation today. We always do. Even when we don't choose to, we still do so. Miss Meg says, also, if there's a quiz on vehicles, the answer is always Ford Fusion. Yes, ma'am. There you go. Yes, ma'am. We might get into that combo too. Who knows, you guys? Who knows? Great to see you all again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you are, whoever you are, hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you guys. And we have people all over the place. Jesse in Thailand, Michael in Scotland. It's great to have you guys here. Eddie, how are you today, my friend?
I'm well. Thanks for asking. The last time I was on your panel, I had a phone call, so I had to jump off. But it's unfortunate because we were going over the new body cam of Dylan, and I don't know if we spent enough time on that. I didn't get a chance to
I don't think we
watch
did
much after that phone call.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to spend more time on that.
That's fine.
Body cam or interview rather.
I think I'm going to be pointing out some things in the original Dylan body cam, and I think we're going to go back to the interview as well with it. So I think that would work out well for what you were just saying. So
Pavarotti has done a video on that, and it is brilliant. And if we don't see it or try to replicate it in our own discussion the same way he did, we would be doing an injustice. My goodness.
Yep. It's funny because I swear to God, Eddie's another version of myself in some ways, just smarter. That's actually what we're reviewing today, Eddie, is the Pavarotti video of all things.
Great. Wow. So, I'm happy.
Good thought there.
I have a quick story. That phone call that I got was unexpected. It was a neighbor. And what I have to share has nothing to do with that.
Sure.
It has to do with how it relates to this case. So my neighbor called, needed some help. So I'm always willing to be that helpful person. So I went and helped. We'll just refer to this neighbor as neighbor from here forward. So after I helped the neighbor, the conversation of Brian Koberger was brought up, and surprisingly, not at all by me. I didn't even go there or mention a word about it. To my surprise, neighbor initiated the discussion, and neighbor had like all the facts. Neighbor was nearly as obsessed with this Brian Koberger case as myself. But here's the twist. When I say facts, neighbor has all of the propaganda, the facts being the misinformation that are put out as facts. Neighbor has a wealth of information, has all the talking points, knows all the speak on why he's guilty. And I listened for a bit, and then I informed neighbor that, hey, I follow that case too. And I tried to ease into, maybe like gently suggesting, with the real facts, how Brian Koberger is indeed factually innocent. Neighbor seemed to not be having any of it. Neighbor knew everything. It was like whatever I was saying was falling on deaf ears. I tried to say a point and then neighbor skipped right into the next talking point. It was bizarre, and I could hardly keep up with it. It was, oh, they got his DNA. He was heavyset and then did drugs. There's a video of his car, in the area. The husband and wife cell phone experts discovered that he searched for the murder after the crime. He refers to his parents as mother and father. Isn't that creepy? Who does that? He researched, his research history. They got him at the Costco trying.
Oh, you went robotic, bud.
Say?
You went robotic for a second. You all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here. Are you able to hear
there
me?
you go. There you go.
Okay.
You're good.
The interesting thing is that it seemed like I was interacting with a guilter, and I wasn't quite sure if that was the case, or if it's the situation where, it is, how does the saying go? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the most interesting thing to me is this neighbor kept using this talking point, which I've never heard before. Maybe some of you have heard it, but if he was innocent, why didn't he just show the knife sheath if he still had it? That's
a new one.
That was absolutely new to me. And I'm like, finally it dawned on me. I'm like, where are you getting all your information? You've been following this case closely. And the person had all the lingo. They referred to the victims, by their first names.
Right.
Although they had a workaday job, neighbor was like all into this case, obsessed almost, like me, admittedly. Sure. So where do you get your information? And then neighbor kind of grew cold and I'm like, show me some of the things you're following. And it's all the usual. I won't start into naming them all, but all the guilter channels.
Sure.
I never saw a one that was an objective channel. So I suggested, that's why you're thinking the way you're thinking. How about may I suggest, how about if you start following like the open-minded channels, because he is innocent.
Mm-hmm. Boy.
After I spoke with neighbor and left, I realized it's futile. I mean, especially in the short amount of time that I had. I mean, maybe it's possible, if a person had enough time, could invest enough effort to sway that person to the truth. But I was amazed by how well the mainstream media has done with the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. And number two, I reflected where does the conversation start when trying to set someone straight on the facts, if they've been misinformed, if not for the fact that he is innocent? His innocence is intrinsic to that conversation, in my opinion.
Sure.
If he doesn't have a voice of his own, and if we are going to be the voice, what's the message? What would you want to say? If, for example, the message that you'd want to say, they still haven't shown any evidence that he did it.
That's it. That's the main message per se, I would guess. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that seems to be, like the easy message, but conjoined with that message is his factual innocence. I mean, if it was us put away for this crime, it wouldn't simply end at, they haven't shown enough evidence that he did it, although that's true. It would be, if it was us doing time for that crime, it would be that we're innocent, that he's innocent of it. Factually, he is innocent.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the combination of those two is the actual brunt of the whole basis of the conversation, in my opinion, at least. Yes. The basis of just the fact alone, he's innocent, period. But then throw in on the tail end of that, they haven't been able to prove that man himself was inside that house and committed those crimes. So you throw those together and make a meatball out of that. You know what I'm saying? And there's your answer. I agree with that. Very good point.
And it's scary that there's people out there like Neighbor that are really content. They see an image of a white car, although you can't see any license plates or any other It's just a white sedan. It could be a Elantra. Who knows what year? Maybe it's 2011 through 13. We don't know. But to someone like Neighbor, that shows that he did it. And they don't go any deeper into thinking about it.
And that's the problem, Eddie. You're right.
That is scary.
That's very scary. That's what mainstream has done. That is what the Guilter channels have done. And it's okay. It's easier. It's easier for a lot of people. And I'm not by any means and you know this, degrading Neighbor by saying that. It's not their fault to that aspect, because they, as many do, follow what they see, and that's what we're bred and conditioned to do. You gotta be able to step to the side of that, though, and look around and say, but wait a minute, is it really that simple? Because it's not, especially not with this case. And like you said, Noni McPop, it's good to see you. Senior Wazowski, welcome back, my friend. It's time consuming, Eddie. You know how long it's taken all of us to get to where we're at with this? 3 years. Okay. And it took me almost that full amount of time to get to this position in this case. Okay. I was always in the middle, at least, I'll say, for the most part, from the moment that the PCA dropped. And I never went to the full guilt side ever. When they first arrested him, okay, you got him. Great. That's good. But I still had to see some things, and you got to have, in any case, not just this case, you got to have an open mind and see and hear everything. You can't just cordon yourself off to that little box and say, okay, they said this is what it is. It's a white Elantra this year, whatever. We don't know what it is. We don't know that. They don't know that. It could be a Ford Fusion. It could be a Lexus. It could be a white car, a tan car, a silver car. We don't know what year it is. And I know you know where I went with that one. So again, nobody's gone any further than where we're at right now. But the facts are, like you said, the innocence is there. There's no way he did this, folks, in my opinion. I'm not saying all of you guys have to agree with me or Eddie. We respect other people's thoughts. And there are people that come in here that believe Brian's guilty. That's fine. But they don't attack us and say, you're wrong because of this and that. Those people don't come in here anymore. But there's a few that are in here that do think Brian's guilty, and it's respected because that's how they see it. They're not comfortable fully with the absolution of guilt, or they wouldn't be in here. Okay. There's the problem. So, and that's what they've done to us with this case. I know I sound like I'm probably rambling. I'm just trying to express my mind the best I can. And, that's hard sometimes with ADHD, but I just don't understand why I don't understand why people won't, once they get into that box, they jump into that box of guilt. Okay. It's like, once they get in there, they're locked down. The sides are closed in. The roof is shut down, and you can't get out of that box. That shouldn't be that way. That's scary, like Eddie said. And I think dangerous in some aspects as well, because if you're not willing to look at the other side of this, even just a little bit for a few minutes, and look at the other things that are actually, in my opinion, more prominent than the guilt side of this, we have a problem. That's a big problem. So I'm just saying, I fully agree with you on that aspect. And I feel bad for Neighbor because they don't seem to have either. I don't know if they have the ability to see it that way, or if the want to not see it that way is what I'm saying. So I don't know. It's a scary thing, as you said.
Yeah, I did put some effort into really, choosing the talking points, because the time was short. I had to try to be as effective as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I did my best, but I could tell it was just futile.
Talking to a wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like part of the programming, Eddie, is once that goes in, there's like a there's a word or something. I know this sounds dumb, you guys. It's just it's a jokingly way to say it, but like it's like there's a word that once that word is said, it triggers and it locks it down, and nothing else will change that. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, they become entrenched.
Right. Truly, it is sad. It is very sad.
And Jesse was right. Very astute, Jesse. It was the thinking Tyler Robinson is the lone shooter is the conversation that Neighbor started with, that kind of it segue into Neighbor then kind of talking about the Idaho 4. Very astute, Jesse.
Yes. Welcome, Noni. Jane Kendall, welcome. Good to see you today. Again, Senior Wazowski, if you didn't hear me, welcome. Said Neighbor believes that Oswald killed Kennedy and that Iraq had what? That's pretty much how that works. Usually those things all go hand in hand. Jesse's right. And that Tyler, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, it does work that way. It seems to at this point, guys, and it's just a closed off range of thinking. It's not good. I don't think it's healthy, to absolutely refuse to look at things in other aspects. I don't understand it. I just don't. I told him there was. He said that Jeff H has used that what you just said about the sheet thing on him several times. Up earlier, he said that, and he goes, "I told him there was never proof any such item existed." Right? Gotcha. Welcome, Hemisphere. Good to see you today, bud. Thank you for joining us, Micro Blue. Good to see you, Lisa Winchester. Welcome back to you. Let's not pretend we're surprised. Exactly, Jesse. Again. Go ahead, bud.
One last point I wanted to make on that same discussion is Neighbor had, like I had mentioned, Neighbor was talking about that husband and wife cell phone, the prosecution cell phone experts, the husband and wife team that was prepared to testify.
The barnyards, yes.
Yeah. That seems to be, and again, this phone call by Neighbor was during your live stream on Friday, and I think in the day following that, the barnyards have come up recently. I was surprised when I was talking to Neighbor on Friday that they were using that as a talking point, but I see that is kind of recirculated into the new talking point. And I've noticed one thing is it's usually a Gilter's channel where the new bit of propaganda will originate from. If you've been watching closely enough, that seems to be the case.
Yeah.
So my question is it almost seems like this Neighbor is, of course, following the Gilter's channels, and then that had already come out while you were live streaming on Friday.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Saturday. By Saturday, I had realized that. I'm like, oh my goodness, because they're following the Gilter's channels. They're almost like a day or a half a day at least. Anyways, ahead of the breaking latest news.
Right.
Quote unquote news.
No, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it seems that way too. Yvonne says the barn, I call them the barnyards. They are the leakers to Dateline of anything that came from his phone, in my opinion. A lot of people feel that way, Yvonne, and I can see why, and I can agree. I could agree.
I appeal to chat and everyone listening, whether it's now or later, whether you try to answer this in the comments. Does anyone know where the talking point, because this kind of like floored me when Neighbor said, what I don't understand is if he was innocent, why didn't he simply just show the knife sheath? That one just struck me dumb. And
it is.
I reflected, like when I had time at home to think back, I'm like, that has got to be what it has to be. That originated. Neighbor did not create that. Imagine that up themselves. They're regurgitating something that they have heard on one of these Gilchrist channels, no doubt. So I'm appealing to all of you listening. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever like bounced around in any of these live streams and heard that before? And if you have, say that you did, because I really feel that this person has heard that.
Right. You had to come from somewhere. You can't just come out of the pocket with that. I agree.
Yeah.
Welcome, Woman Power. Good to see you today.
That's what we said. I've asked that a million times.
I've never heard that before. As a talking point from another channel, but Jesse says that Jeff has brought that up a lot. I can imagine he would,
Okay.
And that makes some sense there because of the channels that I know that Jeff frequents everybody, so it doesn't really matter. It just,
I hope SRB is kidding, because I didn't want to sound condescending to neighbor, but I'm like, for real? Like, he's gonna what? Just take a like a 3-day pass, get out of the jail, and go like drive home and grab it, and then
I think.
What are you suggesting that he? What do you mean that he just showing the nice sheet? I don't understand. Like, how simple are you?
She says, I mean, what's crazy about it is if he indeed had ordered one, then he shouldn't, or then shouldn't he still have it? And I guess at that point, I agree with an aspect of that. Okay, if it's true, because they never showed us a receipt, they never showed us anything like that to that point. But what they should have said, I think what people are meaning to some people that believe in that scenario itself is that, hey, yeah, sure, I ordered it. If he did order, I'm saying, I ordered it, so on and so forth. It's here at this place. You can find it there. Something like that is what I think a lot of people are saying, or feeling in some aspect, that are saying stuff like that. So, but I've never heard that though. That's it. Like in a channel, I've never heard anybody say that as an argument or a talking point. It's interesting. First time I've ever heard that is when you just said that to me. It's crazy. I mean, I'm sure it would have been able to be found by someone to show proof. Probably if he actually had it. And that's why I think that's why I struggle with the fact that he ever purchased it. Okay, because they've never showed a receipt on that. In turn, they turn around and go buy everything they say that he bought. Now, my issue with the whole buying that stuff thing is everything that was bought, they've never found a sharpener in his apartment, his parents' house, his office, anything. And that was the whole group that was bought together, they claim. Okay, so show us this stuff. If where's it at least the sharpener, if that all came with this, show us that. If you believe that this man did this, so on and so forth. But better than that, show me the receipt from Amazon that he purchased this and it was sent to his house or wherever it was sent to. They've never produced that, Eddie, ever. And that's probably my biggest issue. If you have facts, and if you're positive that Brian Kroberger purchased this, why would it be such a big deal to go to Amazon, get a receipt of purchase, and show that to the world? They've never done that. They've never done it. So it like Jesse just said, it's still listed as a rumor, I guess you could say, because they've never. Here's my thing. If that was a fact, and they believed it was a fact, that was the only thing that ever stumped me when they first brought that up with Brian, and it made me step back just like one step and go, well, okay, because I expected to see a receipt. That's what I expected to come next. Here it is, folks. This is the day he bought it, when it came, so on and so forth, where it was delivered to, and there's the proof of it right there. They never showed us that. Because if this is the guy that you believe did this and you're an investigator, I'm going to show you that. It's going to be in the documents. It's never been shown. Explain that to me. In any case, explain that to me. And nobody has. So to me, all that says to me is that maybe it was looked at on Amazon. Maybe his dad looked at it. It's a family account, folks. Remember that. That his father, his mother, his 2 sisters, and Brian shared 5 people on one account. Anybody in that house could have looked that up. Michael could have looked that up. Amanda could have looked that up. His mother could have looked it up for a gift for Michael. Who knows? We don't know who looked it up, okay? But it's never been shown to have been purchased. There's no receipt. That's my biggest issue with all of that. The fact that The fact he never had the proof of a sheath is what tells me it wasn't hit. Yeah, that's what SRB is trying to say, Eddie. That's
Yeah,
what
I understand. I totally get it.
right. And it bothers me, you guys. This is the biggest part of this case, in my opinion. This is how they got this man's DNA. This is something they claim they found in between two of the victims at the crime scene. One, we've never seen the damn thing. Two, we've never seen proof of purchase. We've never seen receipts on any of this. Or, based on what they stated that was purchased that day, whenever it was purchased, where is the sharpener that goes with it? He didn't take that to the scene, supposedly. He didn't do any of that stuff. So where's that at? And they went through his home, his office, his apartment. I mean, his home, his parents' home, his apartment, his office, everything, his car. There's no sheath sharpener for a knife, a K-bar knife. Does it exist? Or was it something that was looked at by somebody in that household as a possibility or a gift for somebody and never purchased? That's what I think happened. But that's my biggest issue with this. Is why I've never truly fallen into the, well, he bought it on Amazon, so he must have done it thing. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So
I agree with you, Dago. They've been trying to establish some form of connection, and they have failed to do that. It's hard for me to believe that anybody that lives outside of the continent or the country plotting and planning to kill 4 students at a college who he's never met before.
There's zero connection. Nothing.
They've been trying to go through TikTok to see if he's connected in some form of way. I don't use TikTok, so I don't know if it's easy for me to search for somebody that I don't know out of the blue. Everything right. that they even with the knife sheath. I mean, that whole thing there was just ridiculous. I mean, anybody that has an account, I'm sure if they wanted to buy a knife sheath like that, they could buy it.
Well, and you know what, real quick, before, as you said that, the other thing that stumped me with this as well, that being the case, like you just said, then they turn around and they go to Amazon and purchase everything they say that he supposedly purchased and or looked up. I'm going to say it that way. Hey, Rach, good to see you, sis. And they were going to present that in the courtroom, all of it. And to me, that all that was another way to drill into the people's minds and the jury or whoever else. Here it is, folks. This is what it was, but it doesn't exist. There's the problem. Just saying.
Unless Brian Koberger himself has something way more than what we know up his sleeve and in his mind, because I know he wants to be exonerated, but we all know they don't have a case. I mean, I'm sitting over there watching Dockett's video he put out about three days ago on Ashley Jennings. I mean, she was just grasping for straws, They were so desperate to put something on this guy to be the fall guy.
Right.
They couldn't accept the fact that they have pretty much blown this case because they're inept. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard not to pick on these people, but they make it so easy.
Yeah, I agree.
Good point. It's just, I was just sitting here thinking that I think everybody, I know I do, would love to know, to have that peace of mind in our law enforcement all across the country, that whatever they're working on is to protect the people of that town or our country. We don't like to sit here and think that maybe our law enforcement don't know what they're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
good point, Rach.
It's not a good peace of mind to have, to know that our law enforcement is not being properly trained at all.
Wow. Yeah, that's another good point. Real quick, Witchy, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, "Where is the receipt for the second knife?" That was never actually purchased. They said that he went looking for a secondary knife, so on and so forth. Again, there's zero proof of any of these things, guys. Again, I shop through Amazon a lot. I'm a toy collector. Everybody knows that I collect my stupid little dolls, as they like to call them, and my action figures and stuff like that. And I get most of my stuff through Amazon when I do it. Okay. So if you go to my Amazon, and I've showed this to you guys before, and my mods know this, if you go into my Amazon right now and pull it up, guess what it's going to show? Everything that I've ever purchased per se. Shut your mouth, SRB. I see you. And or things that are like that. Okay. And that is what they found when they went to the Amazon. And that's all it was, showing that somebody looked at a knife at some point in time throughout their Amazon account. It's somewhere. Okay. Things like that and stuff like that. That's all that was. And that was given to the public, more propaganda to make people believe, oh my God, he had to do it. He went to go look for another knife to replace the one that he used and threw away. Bullshit. It's what they do. They get into your minds and make you believe these things. And that's what they did through this whole case, in my opinion. Just saying.
Real quick about the, argument.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Sorry.
Of if he had the knife sheath, then why didn't him or his defense just come out and prove that he still had it? Argument. That premise it begins with that it's a fact that he had a USMC knife sheath at all.
Right.
It also overlooks that what if it was traded or sold or bartered, stolen? Maybe he did have one at some point, but he doesn't any longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, I said that too, I think, at some point, that if they were to show proof, which they won't because they don't have it, and if they did, though, that he purchased this on Amazon, okay, that doesn't tell me anything. The man could have bought it because he's driving across country to live away from his comfort zone and doesn't have a clue about where he's going to be. Bought a knife to take with him for protection purposes or something like that. And it very easily could have been stolen, sold, traded, anything. Show me the proof that you know that didn't happen, law enforcement, because you can't. That was if they could prove that the man bought this. But they have not even done that yet for me to go to that level with that. So, yeah. And they refused to do it. They never were going to do that because they don't have it. That's my opinion. I'm just saying it that way because that's how I feel about it. Very comfortably, I feel that way. Sorry, I think I clipped a piece of. Hey, Crossroads, good to see you.
Take you and Eddie back to that body cam, the very first body cam of Dylan. She mentioned something to that officer with Hunter standing pretty much next to her. He asked her a question and she pointed that man down there. Who was that man that she pointed to?
That is what we're discussing today. That's part of what we're discussing today.
Real quick, Pappy Man. Neighbor, matter of fact, that's how the conversation started, Pappy Man, is the DNA on the screwdriver. Neighbor thinks that if there's DNA, then it's case closed. Unfortunately, that's how simple Neighbor is.
There's
or
a
misled,
problem.
Rather.
And you know what, Eddie? Do you remember 3 years ago when we were first introduced to touch DNA? How many people didn't understand, and still probably don't understand. In the very beginning, I didn't get it until it was explained and drilled into my head 3 million times. And I finally did a show and I went through and reviewed it all and talked about it word for word, looked at, and then finally it's understood. And there's still people that are like, well, it doesn't matter. DNA is DNA. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. And that used to drive Sarge nuts because people didn't understand that promotes touch DNA. that me taking this glass and handing it to you promotes touch DNA. That walking by somebody and brushing against them promotes touch DNA. Going shopping and touching the shopping cart that John Smith used 10 minutes before me is touch DNA. All of that stuff, and people are still like, it doesn't matter. But it does. It truly does. Blood DNA and touch DNA are so far apart, it's not even funny. And nobody wants to accept that. They just, DNA is DNA. Bullshit.
And you know what's scary? That our judicial system is set up like if you were to be a jury on such a case as these, then it would be right if whoever was selected for the jury was educated on the facts. They had a objective discussion or lecture about it, however long it would take, regardless, because the way the judicial system is set up is the state is going to have their experts that are going to bias the jury. You know, their experts are going to be willing to, let's just come out and call it for what it is, lie or put the spin at least on it in favor of the state. Like we saw in, you know, what was set, you know, what they were setting up for the trial if it had gone to trial in the Idaho 4 case.
Right.
But yeah, it's scary the way it's allowed to.
Good to see you guys. I missed you guys.
A jury of 12 be ignorant in such things.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Welcome, Jesse.
Am I coming in loud and clear?
Very much so. Your microphone is super, super sensitive. It sounds great, actually.
Should I turn it down?
No, I fixed you. You're good. It was on my end, not yours.
No, agreed. I'm sorry I haven't popped in for a while. I've been really busy since the beginning of football season.
Oh, I figured as much. It's all right. I understood. I know what you do. It's all good. I hope it's all working out for you too. I hope everything's going good.
79% after 5 weeks is pretty good.
Good to hear, brother. Good to hear. Good for you. Glad to hear that. Hey, Barbara, good to see you again. Jesse, thank you for joining us. 2 Pastor, please. Good to see you. Wanda Woman, welcome. And Ken Corbett, Beach Babe. Just making sure I got everything. Eddie just made a really good point though with what he said. Witchy, hold on a minute. Yeah, that's true too. 3 years ago, touch DNA had only been used to solve cold cases. For the most part, yes, that's true. And once they saw what it could do, then they tried to apply it to newer cases. But here's the thing, like Pappy said, if touch DNA is absolute proof that somebody's guilty, we're in a lot of trouble. And I absolutely agree with that. That's a problem. Because that means, well, guys, I presented the case to you, and I always forget the name on it, of the paramedic situation where there was I can't ever remember exact details. So I'm going to throw it in a mix real quick.
Anderson.
Thank you. That's why I'm glad I have you guys around me. There it is right there. The guy that, you know, was found to be guilty because his DNA was on the cot in the back of an ambulance. Or I'm sorry, there was the person actually committed the crime. Their DNA was on the cot in the back of the squad. In turn, that guy was there, so on and so forth. It transferred, like I think it was the victim.
The victims had his DNA under her nails from the ambulance. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it was sorry, it was not the cot. I always screw that up. It was the O2, the oxygen meter that they put on your finger. That's how it transferred. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
But anyway, and that's look, you stick your finger in that. Everybody goes to the hospital, gets in an ambulance, does anything. You touch them things all the time. It's one of the main things they do next to taking your temperature and doing your blood pressure. And that was it. And that's what caused that to happen, so on and so forth. That's how simple it is. That's dangerous, pulse oximeter. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. I used to use them all the time. Thank you, Meg. But anyway, hey, KP, good to see you as well. The same EMT went to both scenes, transferred his DNA, he was jailed for months. Yes, and that's how that all went down, folks. That's what I'm talking about. So, okay, so me and Jesse go to the same grocery store, which could never happen because Jesse's on the other side of the world. I'm just saying, we go to the same grocery store. We use the same grocery cart to go shopping. Okay. He committed a crime an hour before he went to the grocery store. He goes through. We know he didn't do it. I'm just saying. He does his shopping. He leaves. He goes home. I go and do my shopping, and there's my DNA attached to his. And then I'm the one that's found to be the one that committed the crime. It is that simple, folks. End of story. That's how this happened. I mean, to some extent, that's what we're told is how they found this. I don't believe that, but that's what this is about. The transfer stuff is all that, is what I'm saying. That's how easy it is. Sarge said the same thing. You could be at the mall and brush against somebody's jacket, and it can transfer off that way as well in some aspects. And it was such a minute amount. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was such a small amount that it could be on the tip of a pin, folks, a needle point. Okay. And that is what you're saying is how you have this guy? No. And again, from a sheath that I don't believe exists, because they didn't send that sheath off. They sent a swab, like I said, that could have been from anything. All of this stuff is what the guilters or people like Neighbor refuse to look at, to listen to think about at all. They don't want to hear none of it. Maybe because they don't understand it, Eddie. I don't know if it's that or if it's because everybody is, bred or conditioned to just whatever the police says, whatever law enforcement says, that's it. There's no other way to look at it. So, unfortunately, that's how this works. I wonder if any of them cops used an ATM that morning. Good point. Good question. Welcome, Robert. Good to see you. He might, KP. I don't know if anybody saw. I know some of you guys probably did. Willie did a live a couple days ago. And he made a statement that came from Brian's dad, Michael Koberger. It's a very simple and interesting statement. And all he said was just wait until the truth comes out. Okay. That's a huge statement as far as I'm concerned. And if that's the case, that means that this man not only knows something. Yeah, I can. Hold on, cat lady. I'm sorry. I might have turned it down just a little too much. Sorry. Jesse, say something for me real quick.
Alabama.
Roll Tide. There you go, bud. Thank you.
If you guys want to know about Alabama and Vanderbilt, there's a nice clip on my Twitter page of me breaking down how if you like Vanderbilt, bet them in the first half, but Alabama is going to run away with it in the end.
The good game. What I'm pissed about is the Browns game Sunday. I'm not even going to go into that.
Oh, it was the battle of the punters.
Yeah. That was nuts. We played you guys, Eddie.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. I didn't even realize. Jesse, real quick before we get started, folks. How many? I thought they only did one game per season for one team over there. Is it one for every team now?
There's another one next week.
So they're doing this as a regular thing now. What was the reasoning behind that whole thing?
They want to grow the game in overseas, and they want to have fans in the UK and Germany. I guess they used to have NFL Europe. I don't think they have that anymore. They had like all these backup player. Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, started in NFL Europe playing for some German team, I believe. And that folded, and now they want to grow the game with international games. So they play in Brazil. They've played 2 games in Brazil now. They've played a couple games in Germany.
Gotcha. Keep talking, Jay. That's a mute.
I wonder if it's working out. I wonder if they're having success.
Well, I don't know if you saw the fans in Germany maybe 2 years ago, last year or 2 years ago. Can't remember, but they sang Country Roads. And I mean, I don't even know the words word for word to Country Roads. And these Germans, were spot on. Like, and you could really hear the entire stadium singing Country Roads. So that was kind of a special moment. Obviously, the fans appreciated it. And I do think there is fans in the UK. It was a pro Viking crowd in London. I know. But yeah, the only problem I have with it is it starts at 6 o'clock in the morning and on the West Coast, and it's hard for everybody to get up and get ready for that game. They should kick it back later and make the locals go to a game at 11 o'clock at night or midnight or something.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd be down for
that. Diego was talking about. He said that you had just made a great point. You happen to remember what he was talking about?
About the point that I made?
Yeah.
About how a jury is allowed to be, I'll try to summarize it in just, a phrase. How a jury is really allowed to be ignorant and allowed to be misled, one way or the other way. The two sides can pull, are allowed to pull them each different way, and then it's up for the jury to decide who they want to believe, who made the better case. But they should be objective about it. They should be informed of the truth as an absolute. So it's not how you end up wanting to believe it, who you thought had the better argument. Because again, the states, I would say possibly both sides, both the prosecution and defense, that is, would probably try to sway what the jury's opinion about that science would be during.
Well, I think it's
through
just
their
ridiculous
experts.
that you can bring experts in, and the state's going to pay experts to say one thing, and the defense is going to pay experts
or bought
to say the exact same thing or exact opposite thing.
Opposite, yes.
And they're both supposed to be professionals in their field, and clearly, at least one of them is lying.
At least one of them is lying. Is right.
So the whole system is broken. The fact that you're allowed to hire
my
professional.
Point exactly. The system is broken.
I mean, these guys that they have coming into court should be held to a standard that if they say anything that's outside the accepted science in their field and their peers disagree with it, I'm not a big fan of that either, really. But there should be heavy consequences for people like Aperture in the Karen Reed case and Celebrite in the Karen Reed case. The Canadian guy that testified in that, they were just blatantly lying. It would appear. And then you listen to the Barnharts working for the same company or part owners, or I think they're more than just employees at Celebrite, aren't they? The Barnharts. I don't know if anybody in chat knows, but those people to me are just, professional liars, gaslighters of the highest degree.
Yeah, and through empirical evidence, such as talking to just a random person, such as neighbor, they believe it. There's no way to pull them away from that belief. They take in the misinformation, the propaganda, and it becomes a truth to them. It's scary.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty pessimistic about the justice system at the moment. And when people were asking me, why do you care so much about this case? What difference does it make about some murder case in Idaho? And I would try to explain to them that if nobody cares, if it's just swept under the rug, it opens the door for more of this to happen. And now we see the Charlie Kirk situation. And to me, this is a direct product, a direct result. The public has been totally gaslit. They've showed the people that want to do the gaslighting have now seen that this blueprint works. It's effective. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. And now we're getting spoon-fed absolute bullshit in the Charlie Kirk case as well. I don't know what actually happened. All I know is that the evidence we're getting doesn't seem to, it seems very similar to the Koberger evidence, just drip feed points that they want to get out there without actually telling us any truths.
What's interesting about this is, the movable object with DNA seems to be the pattern, when we're talking about pattern recognition, that's a commonness between the two. It certainly seems to be like the go-to play, if you will, in how to frame someone up.
Good point. I agree with that. Very good point. It's almost like a playbook they've written for that reason. Oh, sorry, I had to jump out. My wife was having a bit of an issue I had to help her out with. That's all. Sky, welcome. B-Man, good to see you. Wanda Woman. Samira, welcome. As we should, Pappy. As we all should. And when we don't, that is when these types of things happen. Because people just let it be. William Tardy, good to see you, my friend. I think I got everybody. Super so good to see you. 152 peeps in the house, 78 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match a little better.
Shout out to Docket Decoder. I saw one of his recent videos with a bunch of clips of Andrea Burkhardt and that other woman, the one with the glasses, doing their sarcastic commentary, retorts against Ashley Jennings. It was hilarious. Very good work, Docket Decoder.
Docket, he does some great stuff. Yes. Barbara, good to see you as well. Yeah, I appreciate what Docket does. He always does great stuff.
Oh, I want to interject something because I just overlooked another current events. One that, when discussing the movable object with DNA, the Luigi as well.
Oh, yeah.
And
wasn't there like
similarities
maybe
to
there was a
Luigi
couple
and
the
Tyler
water bottle
Robinson
that had his DNA on it, I believe.
With Luigi, yeah.
Well, how about the engraved bullets?
Engraved bullets.
Some of the commonalities. The Luigi case is another one that just doesn't really add up.
Not 100%. That's very, very good point. Yeah, the engraved bullet thing really blew me away.
They caught Luigi in a McDonald's and they caught Tyler Robinson in a Dairy Queen.
Yeah. And the next one will be a Burger King or a Taco Bell. Just saying.
They probably have to pay for product placement now. When you're going to have a high profile frame job, we're going to charge you for product placement.
Yes. Advertisement costs. It's hilarious. Robert, thank you. Congrats, brother. On 2 months, happy day anniversary. I appreciate you so very much, my friend. The guy in the mask didn't even have the same eyes or eyebrows as Luigi. I know. It's this AI bullshit that they've been doing. It's the same thing they did with Robinson or Robinson. I told you I flipped out when I seen those two photos side by side. They're completely different. Different hat, different shirt, different face, different chin, different nose. Stop doing this. There's the problem. We don't know what to trust or believe anymore because of that shit. Stop. It's ridiculous. Two different.
Yeah, and a lot of people are calling others out for speculating without proof. And it's like, well, the authorities are speculating. They're not providing us any proof. So we're getting all this rather speculative information thrown at us. It's not being presented with accompanying facts. So who could possibly blame us for speculating? And how could you say that we need proof to speculate?
Right. Thank you, Wonder Woman. They're convicting without proof, Jesse. I mean, that's worst of all. You know what I mean?
Well, I honestly feel like the justice system's dead. I mean,
it sure as hell
close. In high-profile cases, it's a matter of if you can afford Alan Jackson and a high-powered legal team and the media and enough money to buy the media as well, because the media is obviously working with the state, with the government, and if you get the media working against you, like Tyler Robinson, like Luigi, those guys are screwed. They don't stand a chance.
Agreed. Very much agreed. Thank you, William. Thank you. I didn't get to say it because I had too many things. Oh, you did it twice. Thank you, William, for both of those super chats. We got 2 out of 10 on the goal. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that so very much. Appreciate you. And thank you, Meg, for that as well. Yeah, I'm not going to say dead yet, Jesse, but it sure as hell is heading that direction. I mean, it's not far from it, okay? And that's why these types of things like what we do here and all this other stuff needs to be dealt with, because at some point it will be. It absolutely, truly will be. And then we have a problem.
Does anybody here watch Ian Carroll? Or you guys, you're familiar with Ian Carroll?
I am not. I'm sorry.
He's like the newest Alex Jones type conspiratorial guy. He's I don't know how to describe him. He's a younger guy. He delves very much into conspiracies. He actually hosted Candace's show when Candace Owens was pregnant and couldn't do her show.
Oh,
she had him host for a while.
Okay. Yes, I do know who he is. I don't follow him per se, but I remember seeing him on her stuff.
I was watching him this morning, and there was a really interesting topic that he delved into, and I'm going to try and keep it PG because I don't want to get political. But a certain spy agency from a certain country, and it's not important which. It's not that's not the relevance of the point I'm trying to make.
Gotcha.
So if anybody wants to imply anything, just forget about all that. But a certain spy agency from a certain country has dedicated millions, perhaps billions of dollars into a geofence. They're geofencing churches in the United States, targeting people that are attending churches so that they can market their propaganda to them via social media. And then they do paid ads and specifically target these people because they feel that these people would be the ones that are receptive to this propaganda. And again, the specific country and the specific spy agency isn't the relevant part, because every government, both sides, all sides, anybody with the money to do it is capable of doing that these days. And if you think they're not doing it, this is a very effective tool. This is how people sway elections. Elections have been swayed by this tactics, specifically the one in the UK. So if you think people with power and money aren't doing it, you're nuts. And I mean, this is quite, I guess you call it manufactured consent, right? Because you get people like Eddie's neighbor. Well, they've been targeted with propaganda, and it creates an opinion that they would not hold without being targeted by this propaganda. And the fact that they can do it so systematically and so much money is being put towards it, that's a scary thought.
Yeah, it is.
Take your kids' iPads away right now, audience.
It is a scary, scary thing. Yes. Agreed. Sky says, apart from the trace DNA on the sheath, is there a single piece of evidence linking? No. And the prosecutor himself states this, as well as the lead investigators. There's nothing else that links him to this. There's absolutely, for anybody that may not know this, but I know we've said this a million times. I am me. Welcome. Lady Speedwell, welcome. It's wonderful to see you guys. I haven't seen some of you guys here in a while. Great to see you. There is no connection between Brian Christopher Kohberger and any one of the 4 victims or anyone in that house or their families. Okay. Nor is there even a connection between him and that town or that state. There's nothing. Not to mention, they found no traces of their DNA, the victim DNA, on anything that man owns, in any of the homes that he resides in his office, anything, nothing. There's nothing there. There's no way that they can put him inside that house. Their words. Okay. So in my opinion, that DNA is a joke. It's nothing to me. Go ahead. Sorry, bud.
What's frustrating is at this point, there's still people saying, well, then if he didn't do it, then why did he plead guilty to it?
I'm so tired of that, Eddie.
If you cannot,
they don't want to.
Critical thinking skills are not able to kick in, then you're just not going to be able to see it at this point. I don't know what other analogy. I've tried saying that the fix is in. I don't know what else there is. The cars are stacked against him. Maybe would be a different way to do it. He had the royal flush. And
right
after the house puts down a pair of deuces, it is claimed that the house wins. Right?
Right.
I mean, how can that be? Is it not? Are people not able to see that the state had Brian Kohberger convicted ahead of time? There was nothing Ann Taylor or your privately hired lawyer would or could have been able to done.
That's right.
Hippler took away any possibility of defense before and would have denied any possibilities of effective defense during trial.
Yes.
If you don't have the ability to see that and understand it, please pause and try to at least.
Go back and watch the hearings. They're still there. You'll see it for yourself. Yes. Exactly what he said. Welcome, typically. Good to see you, Lady Speedwell. Yes, it is a stupid argument. Agreed. It doesn't. There's really no argument to it. Okay. Put somebody on death row that has no option to defend themselves and throw a plea deal at them. What do you think is going to happen? If you don't take the plea deal, you're stupid. Okay. Because knowing that you have no other way to get out of this situation and save your own life other than to accept a plea deal, and you don't take it, I'm going to call you an idiot. I'm sorry. Because they knew, like Eddie just said, she knew there was no options there. She tried and hoped, I think she was hoping that he was going to play into it the way he should as a judge, and saw that he wasn't. And I think that decision came to her mind when he denied everything she put forth, including the alternate perpetrator situation. The way he reacted to that told me everything I needed to know about him. Okay. Because he went to a place with that didn't even need to exist. It was the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life coming from a judge. Okay. And the fact that he knew that she didn't have the ability to go through what she had to go through to help to defend him. And he denied the continuance. And Ann, at that point, in my opinion, said, Brian, I'm sorry, but we'd have no options here. My job is to save your life and get rid of this death penalty. That's what I got to do. Here's the options. What do you want to do? And he went with it. And I don't blame him at this point. Knowing that there's still the possibility that something else can happen, guys, for up to 2 years. I think that was said and saw, and that's where we're at with this. So again, if the death penalty is on the table and I know that I have no option of defending myself, I'm a dumbass if I don't take that plea deal. Sorry. That's truly how I see it. Thank you, Piglet, so much. Great to see you. What's up? Good to see you. Keep up the good thing. I'm trying. I am definitely trying. We all are, Piglet, and thank you for being here. We appreciate you so much. 3 out of 10 on that goal, guys. That's amazing. Thank you for that. I do too. I am me. Like I said, Michael himself said, just wait till the truth comes out. There's something going on in the background, you guys. I am almost 100, I'll say 95% sure of that. Okay. Again, since we have not seen, the defense team withdraw, and I know other people are saying, well, they don't do that all the time, but whatever. I believe that they would. And just saying, I heard that we could look at it a little bit into that too, Tomboy. I've heard that. I've been so busy trying to deal with de-allergizing my house and all that other stuff. It's been giving me all sorts of problems with my asthma and stuff, which is why I wasn't here for a couple of days. So I'm trying to get rid of all of that stuff. Oh, thank you for that, Robert. I appreciate that very much. Anna D, thank you for joining us. CJack, good to see you. Right, there you go. Let's see. Anna says Judge Hippler denied everything on purpose, knowing that the defense would be put. That's what I was trying to explain, Anna. Yes. Judge Hippler denied everything on purpose, knowing that the defense would be pushed into the corner to plea out. That's facts. If you think about when the man said, I'm going to need your last final offer. Think about it. Go back to that point and remember how that hearing went down. He throws that out at the end, and then all this falls into place. Think about that, you guys. Come on. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. What? The shit coming off the top of my pool is mind-blowing. If that's crap we are dealing with, no wonder people are having... Yeah, it's bad. My allergies have been bad. So, yes, that's. I agree with you, SRB. It's been same with mine. Excuse me. All right, Miss Tandy. We'll see you later, hon. Don't work too hard. And that's what I think is going to happen, too. That he'll be quiet until until he needs to speak. That's what I think is going to happen. I think at some point in time, there will be a point where it all comes, but it's going to be some time. I think they're working on different things for that reason. Yeah, same with my stuff too out here, SRB. It's crazy. No, it's okay. It's okay. What's the name of the stream from Friday? I would like to watch it. Seems there is some interesting Eddie Brain goodies. Always, always, always. You mean my stream, Woman Power? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'll have to look. I don't remember. Docket says the ramifications of a corrupt law enforcement or a corrupt judiciary for many is too much to take. Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to accept it. Okay, and people refuse to, and it's unsafe for them. So it's safer to just go with the other side of things, and they feel comfortable with that. It doesn't affect them directly. That's why it's not a problem. Okay. Now the rest of us, thank you, SRB. The rest of us know that it relates to us as well, and anybody else out there, and that's why it's such a problem for us, and why we're fighting for this at this point. Excuse me. As Senor says, Doc, that's the main reason. Again, for those that aren't familiar, Senor Wazowski is a retired Baltimore City police officer and just says that is the main reason that I retired. It's sad. It's sad. I don't know, Scott. I haven't actually been following it, but I'm sorry.
You got to remember that they purged all the institutions during COVID of anybody who was asking questions or anybody who had the willpower to dissent. Authority was purged from all these, police, military, government. So, I mean, you can see the trend that's happening. Where our ability to dissent is slowly being eroded.
Right.
Some would suggest that's what COVID was all about, a thought experiment to see what the society is willing to take. And I was quite disappointed that there was a lot of lack of questioning the authoritarian measures that were coming out.
Very good point. Any thoughts on that, Eddie?
Too many for this live stream. But I agree with you, Jesse.
Yes. Let's see.
But yeah, I mean, to simplify it or to wrap it in a bow, that's why it's important to never just let somebody pull one over on you. Never let the news. When you see a lie on the TV, you put your finger up and you point at it and you tell the person next to you and you speak up, because you just let this stuff fly by and ignore it and say it doesn't matter. That's the attitude that allows this to get out of control to where it is now.
They had the ability to ensure that citizens couldn't participate in society unless they complied, which is scary.
That completely takes away America in itself, in my opinion, what it stands for. I think that goes against the grain with 100% about what we're supposed to be about, and it's been happening a lot more. Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you. What was your opinion on the interview with Dylan? And also, did you all hear that when she says she looked at her phone, it was 4 when she heard Kaylee run screaming? Yeah, I did see that, Charlotte.
Yeah, and there wasn't much opinions per se on Friday, so that's, I think, why we're going to go back into it today.
Yeah, we're gonna review. The first thing we're gonna do, folks, for those of you that I know not everybody's a fan, but it's an interesting. He did a very interesting episode. We're gonna review Pob's video for reasons. Okay, it was very interesting to me. We're gonna go through the whole thing, and we're gonna head back into that interview as well as parts of the body cam that'll actually happen within his thing. So that's what we're doing. And at that point, then we're going to discuss all of that because it's quite interesting to me, you guys. I'll just be honest with you. It's very interesting, and you'll see as to why. I think Eddie agrees with that. I don't know if Jesse, if you've seen that one yet or not, but it was a good one. It was really interesting.
I try to watch everything that he puts out. I try to watch everything that any creator that does anything on this topic that I'm familiar with. I try to keep up with it all, but it's really been a struggle since football season started.
Well, with everything you're doing on top of, there's a lot coming out too. So, hold on here.
By the way, can I give myself a shameless plug, Diego?
You don't even have to ask. You know better than that. Come on now.
If anybody actually likes listening to me talk, I cover football all week, every day, several games a day on Wager Talk and Picks and Parlays on YouTube. So I'm doing predictions for Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, college football, and it's going pretty well. The predictions have been let's say that I've called several big underdog wins. How about the 49ers last week as a 9-point underdog winning outright?
Right. There you go. Thank you, S. I was just getting ready to say that. There's Jesse's link. Guys, go check it out. And if you know anybody that's into sports and you maybe not be, send them that way, please. I want to say I try to support and help Jesse grow. Not that he needs it, but as much as I can as far as support goes, for sure. For sure. Thank you. Thank you.
I had a guy named David Loach hit me up on Twitter this morning asking me about my football picks.
Really? Oh, boy.
He was from Moscow, but I think it was a spoof account.
Probably. Interesting, though. Very interesting. Senior says, if you look up gun trace task force that was in Baltimore City Police Department, people say good cops need to speak up. But when the people handling that, you're putting target on your back, PD. Oh, yeah. That's facts, Senor. Those are facts. 100%. Thank you, Jane. And welcome. Thank you. Typically, that's what I'm saying. Mike was asking about the Broncos win.
I had RJ Harvey rushing and receiving yards. It didn't come in for me, so I was a little bit disappointed with that result. Right.
Hey, Krista, good to see you, sis. I'm just still burnt over the damn Browns game. I can't get past that. It blew my mind. They're such a end of last minute team. They always kind of have been, the all cardiac kid's name and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just getting tired of that kind of stuff. Play the damn game. You don't wait till the last 3 minutes of the game and play. And we should have had it again. That kicker needs to go, Jesse. He needs to go. Smith or whatever the hell his name is. Smith, whatever his name was. I don't even care.
I'd like to see Shadur get a chance at quarterback. At least I think he should be the backup in case,
Who's Gabriel? I never even heard of him until the other day.
So there's a picture of him standing next to the Vikings quarterback, Carson Wentz, and it looks like he's his teenage son. Like he's really small. He's a guy that played in college for like 6 or 7 years, broke all the records because he played such a long career in college. And a lot of those guys, in your 6th or 7th year of college, you're so much older than your opposition that it makes you look a lot better than you are. So I always think that the guys that get drafted when they're 22 and play a couple years of college are the better players,
sure,
talent-wise. But yeah, I don't think Dylan Gabriel's the future of your franchise. That's for sure.
No.
I think they should give Shadur a shot, whether it pans out or not.
Agreed. I mean, Flacco's old. He's going to break at some point. You pulled Sanders in for a reason. Do something with him.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't think he was capable, or you don't like him, or you don't like his attitude, why'd you draft him?
Thank you. I know the Browns make dumb mistakes all the time, but come on, you guys, just do something. That's all I'm saying.
Knowing the Browns, if he goes somewhere else, he's going to have a hell of a career. He'll be the next Baker Mayfield.
Same. It happens every time with all 300 of our quarterbacks. Real fast. Kane Bosch, thank you so much for this. Gifted 10 memberships, 10 new meatballs jumping in the sauce. Susan Russo, Amethyst Noor, Kel, Kim Young, Jane B's The Purge. I'm sorry, Kane B's The Purge. I don't know what I was just saying. Kim North, the 54th. Is that it? Wait a minute. Jean Romaine. Keep It Real. Candy Girl. Vivian P. I think that's it. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much, Jane. God bless. Very generous of you. We appreciate you so much. 12, welcome. Good to see you. And I appreciate that again. So very nice of you. Very generous. And welcome to the sauce, all of these new meatballs. We appreciate you. I hope you guys enjoy it here, and we're grateful to have you in the fam. All right, let me pull that back up real quick. And again, very generous. Thank you so much. Angel D. All right. Swamp Side Chick, good to see you. All right. So, like I said, we're going to review this. I don't know that I'll play it steady all the way through, but that always happens, SRB. Every damn quarterback we've had plays shitty for the Browns. And it's, in my opinion, it's because of how they treat and train them. And then they go somewhere else and they're amazing. It happens every time. So, and I'm telling you, the Cleveland Browns have had the most quarterbacks in history, in my opinion. It's insane. So we're going to review this video. I'll probably skip through certain parts of it that are more important to me, and break it down and discuss it at that point, because there's some very interesting pieces in here. There's Kane B. What's up, buddy bear? Good to see you, brother. And welcome to the family, Kane. Great to have you in the sauce with us, brother. All right, on we go. If you guys have any audio or anything issues with this, or if you want me to stop on something that I'm not going to be discussing and you want to discuss it, just let me know.
Look up. I'm gonna point out, so that'll be a correction. It's important to watch the whole video in its context, though, for you to truly understand the point I'm making. As you get to the second half, first half you've already seen. I'm gonna point out some things in the beginning here, though, that are kind of interesting. One thing I found interesting is when you sync up the Nunez body cam with the Schneider body cam, look up here at the Jack D one, and you'll see Nunez there talking to Dylan, and Nunez isn't that strapping guy we thought he was. Also, I want to point this out, though. This is Schneider at 12-12-36, and he's walking down through here, and this van right here has always struck my attention. Blue car, red sport utility.
Thank you so much, William. It's another one towards that goal. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you very much for that. Very generous. Very, 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 very generous. Thank you, my friend.
Look over. All right, then gray sport utility. The white band's in front of that gray sport utility right there. So blue car, red sport utility, gray sport utility, white band. And the white band is pointing dead south right here. Now, remember, these federal protection boys, like this one seen out in front of Ben Mogan's house in October, really like those white bands. Now, this one is a Pacifica, but the one we see by the King Road residence is a Dodge, but it doesn't matter. That's their style, right? So once again, as Schneider walks down, we see this white van right here, parked right next to the crime scene, in front of a gray sport utility, then a maroon sport utility, and then a bluish gray car right here. Red sport utility, maroon sport utility, gray sport utility, white van in front of that facing south. Right next to the crime scene, 12-12. Here's just a little while later when all the ISP guys are on there investigating the scene. Now look what we got here right in front of the maroon vehicle facing north. Right next to the crime scene. Don't you think they would have cleared them out if they didn't mean anything? Hello. Welcome to The Revealing. I'm your host, Pavarotti, and I'm here to discuss the Idaho 4 case. And yes, in this one, we're going to get into that Dylan Mortensen interview that was released. And I've tried to watch a couple of people's takes on it after I watched it, and it's just mind-blowing to me where people's minds go. Like, what? Look, Dylan's lying, and Mallory's so stupid he doesn't realize she's lying. Look, Mallory's a dummy. Mallory's this, Mallory's that. If you have studied the context around what had taken place up until this interview, and then you listen to the words in the interview and you hear what's going on, well, they weren't real smart, I'll tell you that. But if you think for a second that Mallory hasn't had conversations with Dylan about what to say in this interview, and I'll prove it, it's undeniable. You'll see how Mallory led Dylan into almost all of those statements, especially the ones that entered the probable cause affidavit. He implanted the entire statement into Dylan's mouth. She regurgitated it. We'll prove it because we'll just prove it. You ready? You ready? All this tells me is that 911 call was BS. Most of the things that were said prior to this interview were constructed by law enforcement because they were trying to create some evidence to be used at a later date, probably on a person they didn't even know who they were creating evidence to use it on, but they were trying to cover something up. And I mean, I have a pretty good idea what they were trying to cover up in this whole thing, but we're going to go through and I'm going to point out facts, and then we're going to listen to statements, and I'm going to show you where the egregiousness took place. And you can blame Dylan all you want. She's complicit, obviously. But I think a lot of the blame is going to need to be put where the blame deserves, and that is on the detectives in this case, the town, the university, for constructing most of the BS that we have actually seen take place in this case. Hold on to your hats, folks. It's undeniable this time.
And what's a good address for you?
Like,
Just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university? What house is that?
what do you mean?
Is that an apartment or a sorority?
It's a house.
Okay. I don't know the sorority, so I
Oh,
apologize.
yeah.
I don't even know if there's.
Sorry to interrupt. I just saw this. Happy day anniversary, William. 17 months, my friend. We appreciate that so very much. And I hope you're here for 17 more and then some. Thank you, my friend, again. We very much appreciate you, sir. Very much appreciate you. Holy shit. Good Lord, my friend. Thank you so much for that. I think you blew the goal out of the water. Wow. Thank you so very much, William. God bless, brother. I appreciate. You have no idea how much that means. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Thank you, bro. God bless. I mean, truly, God bless. Thank you so much for that. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. That is truly appreciated. More than you know. Amazing. Very much amazing. I don't even know what to say. I'm blown away. Jesus. Thank you, brother. And I'm grateful that you have been part of this community and this family for so long. Your insights, your feelings, your thoughts, all of it. And I hope that you're here for so much longer. We appreciate you. Yeah, you ain't lying, SRB. Good God Almighty. Thank you, my friend, so very much. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Wow. I love this community so much. I truly do.
What's there?
Okay, now, real quick. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this yet. This is one of the main reasons why we're doing this. I want you to watch and listen very closely to how Mallory talks to her, which, you know what, I wasn't when we watched this the first time, and Eddie, like Eddie said, we didn't really get to go over this with him too much, and I'm glad we're doing this. But please listen and focus on how he talks to her, the things he says, all of it. It means it all makes a difference. It does. Welcome, Diane. Great to see you, Dagburn. Thank you for joining us. Samira, you as well. And again, damn, William, thank you so much, brother. God bless. I appreciate you so much.
I apologize. I don't know anybody's name or anything like that. So, like I said, I haven't been into the building. Where would if this is a basic layout of it, where would your apartment be?
And that's important right there. That is important right there, you guys. There's no way that Detective Mowry knows nothing about this situation. I promise you that he was informed by other detectives, other law enforcement officers involved in this about what the situation is. But think about that. That's a huge point in my opinion. Very huge point. And we're glad to have you here, William. Truly we are, brother. Truly.
Okay, so the first thing we have to establish is context always matters. As you hear Mowry, and I just pulled out a few examples of that, where he is acting like he's brand new, right? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know the victims' names, doesn't even know where Dylan there lives. You know, he's asking, what's her address? Where do you live? Is it a house? Is it an apartment? He's acting completely brand new.
Right. And like Senor just said, if he's an officer in that area for more than any time, he knows about the house. He knows that it's an off-campus sorority house, and he's probably been there for a noise complaint or something in that aspect or more. Okay, I'm sure that he even knows. Here's the other point. We all know now that this is a very high-end area for drugs and things like that. They've told us that themselves without telling us that. Party house, all this. He works for the city. He knows these things. Remember that. That's all I'm saying. Transformers in the house. Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here.
And he goes on to mention, I don't know anything about it at this point. So we have to understand, what could Mowry know at this point? Well, the only thing Mowry could know before going into that interview with Dylan, and since he's clearly stating that he doesn't know anything, the only thing he could know is what was written by Nunez in his statement from Dylan, which was a very small statement. Mowry wouldn't have at this time had time to go back and watch the body cam from Nunez and see what Dylan had said. All he can do is look at what Nunez had written down before he went into this interview with Dylan. So it's very important to know what Mowry could have known at this point as we go through this. And I'll show you why it's so important, because we're going to read the statement that Nunez had written down that Dylan had told him. And we're going to pull out finer points. And then I'm going to show you in this interview where Mowry leads Dylan into the answers to the questions that she's saying. And he's doing it in a way in which he acts like he doesn't know what he's saying because he doesn't know anything about the event, but he's doing it in a way where you absolutely know that he knows way more than he's letting on. And the only way that could be is if he had conversations with these people before these interviews. It's undeniable. And he's going to lead her into all of the questions, all the answers. He's going to lead her. And we're going to make sure that we understand that when he begins leading her into those answers, that we've established there's no way that he should know to lead her into those answers up to that point because of the information that he actually had and the fact that he goes through and acts like he's brand new. It's very clear to me. I hope it's clear to you by the end of this. First, we have to establish a timeline, and you can see that Officer Johnny Lawrence, fear does not exist in this dojo. Yes, sensei. Well, he talks about when he arrived on the scene, but the important statement I think that he gives is right here. And it says those interviews started about 1,348 hours. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD about 1,330. So the interviews with Dylan started at 1,348. We can assume with Dylan or Bethany or whichever one, because they don't give us times. But 8 minutes after they arrive at the PD, and 1 hour, 1:38. So what time did they leave the scene, and what time did they arrive at MPD? There wouldn't be much time in between there and there for officers to have given them a statement. So I believe those statements were given to them prior to the 911 call. So there's number one, establishing the time of these interviews. The next discrepancy I'm going to point out is, like I mentioned in the beginning, the only information that Mallory could have possibly garnered about Dylan before this interview and what she had said would have been from the written report of Mitch Nunez talking about what Dylan told him, because he's the only one that had any conversations with Dylan before this thing started. And as I mentioned, he wouldn't have had time by 1:38 to go into Nunez's body cam and see what she said. So he would have had to have either gotten it from Mitch Nunez's report, but we know that can't be the case because Nunez didn't write his report until 18:48:52 that day. So where did Mallory get the information from Dylan about the things that she was saying? And I'll show you what I mean, because he's going to lead her into answers that she did not give him before he leads her into these answers, y'all. And you can see what the only other way that Mallory would have had any idea of what Dylan said is if Nunez verbally talked to Mallory. And I think we should get a timeline of when Nunez left the scene to when he got to MPD's to see if he could have even given this information to Mallory. I don't think he did. I think Nunez left after 1:38, which means that he couldn't have given this information to Mallory, which means Mallory would have had to known this some other way before all this happened. So as we go through, though, what did Nunez garner from Dylan? I walked outside and began interviewing Dylan. She told me at approximately 4 o'clock, she heard a voice scream. She heard a voice scream and believed it to be Kaylee's. Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announced there was somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the 3rd floor down the stairs to the 2nd floor into the northwest bedroom. Dylan said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. Dylan said eventually she stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. Dylan said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male described as approximately 6 feet tall, slim build, with a black ski mask, leave the 2nd floor patio area. This patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. So that's Dylan's statement. That is all that Nunez could have told Mallory. And I want you to notice very clearly in here one of the major points. Dylan never says she opened her door except for the one time where she said she peeked out of her bedroom and seen the assailant as he was walking out the back slider. Never, "I opened the door, seen somebody close the door, it's 3 times," and all that kind of crap. So what you're going to hear Mallory do in this interview with Dylan is lead her into those statements. And it's very clear. But let's again take the highlights of what she told Nunez, because this would be the only information if this thing was on the level, this would be the only information Mallory could possibly know before this interview. And that's that Dylan said at 4 o'clock, she heard Kaylee scream, run upstairs, run downstairs. Dylan locked herself in her bedroom, continued to hear a commotion. She stopped hearing a struggle, heard a male's voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." And she did not recognize the male's voice. After a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male approximately 6 feet tall, slim build, with a black ski mask leave the 2nd floor patio area. Now, we know this is not exactly what Dylan told Nunez, but this is what Nunez gathered from what Dylan had told him. Okay? And it's important to know this because this could only be what Nunez conveyed to Mallory. So it's going to prove Mallory knew way more about what they wanted them to say before this interview that happened at 1:38, which means they had to have this thing already mapped out and planned long before that 911 call was ever made. And he led her down the path of what he wanted her to say.
My name is Lawrence. Have everybody you actually spoke to the common way? Your parents didn't go crazy on you? What's your middle initial? And what's your last name?
Now, if you're not 100% sure what you're hearing, look at the transcript because it's on point. Okay. It's even better than the closed caption stuff. And it's interesting. Some of the words that come out of this situation is all I'm going to say. And if you can't see it, you need me to stop, go back, whatever it is, just let me know.
What's your date of birth?
2003.
And what is a good phone number for you? Okay. You've got your phone with you, no worries.
Yeah.
Do you have any pictures, any video, or anything like that? Any social media posts?
No.
Okay. And what's a good address for you?
Like,
Just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university? And what's a good address for you?
like,
Just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university? Just make somewhere.
All right, so this is a side note, but what in the HE double hockey sticks does that mean? I mean, what was he about to say? He said, "But what's your address?" And she was like confused. Well, I lived in the house for everybody. The crime just happened. But what does he start to say? He goes, just make something up. I mean, what do you live at university? He started to say, just make something up. I mean, it's clear as day. Do you live at university? What is that? That's just weird right there. All right, let's continue.
What house is that?
what do you mean?
Is that an apartment or a sorority?
It's a house.
Okay. I don't know the sorority, so I apologize. I don't even know if there's any, what's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you know.
Okay, so there was a Summit High party, obviously, yes, we were drinking. I left to go to my friend's house.
When was that party?
I think I went there around like 10:30ish.
Last night or this morning?
Last night. And then, I went to, and then me and my friend, and then Bethany, and then we just all went to bed. It was the house we went to for a little bit, and then it was just me, like, who came home, and then later.
Okay.
She's a girl.
Okay. And are they all in the same place?
She has.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So you guys were there, you came home early,
Yeah.
and then eventually she went to her place. Where does she live?
She lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where it is. And then Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
I think I got home around 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
In between there.
And then what time do you think you came home?
Like 10-20 minutes after I did.
Okay. And then Maddie and who else came from the club?
Kaylee, I think they came home like 1:32ish.
Okay. And at that point, nothing.
Nothing weird at all.
Okay.
Then everyone's asleep. At 4 a.m., I like look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. I can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy because he's barking.
Okay, so this is where details start to morph a little bit, right? This is the first time she's ever mentioned Kaylee dancing. And if you think about it, Kaylee dancing, especially dancing with Murphy, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So whenever details like that morph from what she said originally into this interview, I mean, we've got to point these things out. So this may seem a little redundant and it may bore you a little bit, but at this point, I think it's important for us to listen to her actual statement with Nunes. Look at what you can gather from that. Never once is dancing mentioned. And then we'll continue with this interview so that you can start to see how things are changing. It's my opinion that things are changing because they gave them nuggets to change. I don't think this is changing all on their own. And I know we all don't want to believe anything Dylan has to say. And if she is changing her statement because of what law enforcement told her to change, then that would make her just as complicit as everybody else. But it's my opinion that it's law enforcement that is culpable for a lot of the changes you're going to hear. So the first one to keep in mind is this is the first time we hear this dancing thing. I believe law enforcement planted that in her mouth. And we'll listen to her original statement. I know it's several minutes, but I think it's good to have that fresh on your mind as you're listening to this interview.
Good phone number to reach out. Okay, and is this your address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1122 King Road.
Is your driver's license right?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you seen on that?
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. Pulled us out to the window. That man right there. That helped show you.
They're going there.
Yeah, and that's when he told us he needed to call the cops.
Do you mind just waiting over there for me, please?
You know, I almost hate when I'm right about things sometimes. But what did you just see in that clip right there? I've been waiting a while to point this one out to you. And I've been waiting for this video, actually, when we got the Dylan statement. Did you catch what just happened right there? He asked, you know, what all do you know about the, you know, who's unalived in the house? And they try to block out a little bit of it. We didn't block out enough, though, because Dylan was attempting to say, well, she had just seen Xana, and then she started calling for help. And
now I'm going to say something real quick. Local Lass is the first person that said this that I've seen. And I've questioned this since I first heard this. I've not really put it out there. I've just questioned it in my own mind. But she's saying that Dylan was with Kaylee in the living room when she said she was dancing. Now, in my opinion, that's the only way I think that you would know that that's a fact, is if you were in there with them. But she doesn't say that because she distances herself from Kaylee in that aspect, just like everybody else has. It's weird, but just saying. So yeah, that's a good point, and I like that you said that because I feel the same way. Hey, Josie, good to see you, sis. I'm just pointing that out, folks, because if it's true, in my opinion, that's how that went down. That's all I'm saying. Right there, she says that officer right there. Yeah, right. And that man, whatever it was. But if she was talking about Hunter, she would have said, because she knows him, in my opinion, she would have said, Hunter told me to. Or she would have said, my friend Hunter did. Or that boy there, or that guy there. Not that man. They don't look at each other like man and woman, okay? They're not old enough for that, guys. Think about that for a minute. It's the wording. But in my opinion, if she would have said, if it would have been Hunter that told her to call 911, she would have directly said, Hunter did, because she knows him. Okay? Because of Josie and all that other stuff. So I'm just saying. That's my opinion, of course. I can't tell you that's a fact, but that's how I feel about it. Were you guys going to say something before I?
Yeah, well, it pretty much is a fact. She's going to call Emily, her neighbor, to come over to help, according to law enforcement. And she knows Emily is bringing Hunter, her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
She's familiar enough Dylan is familiar enough with Emily that she would know that Emily has a boyfriend. She would know then by acquaintance then Hunter Johnson's name. You're right, Dago. She wouldn't refer to Hunter as that man.
Right. I mean, that's when you know. So, okay, me and Eddie, okay, or me and Jesse, or any one of the three of us, we know each other quite well, and we have for years now. Okay, so if somebody says something and asks me a question, and I learned it from either one of those two, okay, I'm not gonna say that guy or that man or that guy is who told me that. I'm gonna say Eddie told me that, Jesse told me that, because I know them. We're acquainted. Understand? That's the point that I'm trying to make. She knows who Hunter is. That's all there is to it. Hunter told me to call, not that man or that officer or that person or that nothing, folks. That's so unpersonal. Think about it.
They all seem to be distancing themselves from
Very much
so. By saying they don't know how old each other are. They don't know how to spell each other's last names. Nobody knew where Ethan's apartment was. I find that impossible to believe. I mean,
yes, and most of them seem, Jesse, in my opinion, most of the situation. It seems more to me that they're distancing themselves from Kaylee for some reason, more than the rest of them. I'll just put it that way. And I'm telling you, based on Kaylee's injuries, it's got to be. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be, but it feels like she seems to be becoming the target, okay, per se, in some aspects, because of how bad she was attacked, and also because of the way you see these people kind of distance themselves. People that we all know her, claim not to know her, calling her by out of her name and things like that. Come on, you guys. This is like basic 101 bullshit that we can see happening in front of our faces. I don't know who she was. You spend 2 hours talking to her at a bar, but you have no clue who she is. Bullshit. And the other ones, that girl Kylie, what, bro? You were at the house with her every other damn day. You came out during the noise complaint with her and Rosie, but you don't know her name. Give me a break with that. Come on, we're not stupid people, folks.
Hunter Johnson is very sus, and I've been very hard on Hunter Johnson because I think he has a drug problem. That weight loss, his change in appearance, to me, along with his inconsistent statements the entire time, and the fact that he was the one on scene. His involvement goes deep, I believe.
I mean, it's definite that there was definitely a change. Willie, Jesus Christ, Jesse. Sorry, guys, too many names. It's a factual change. You can see it from just a couple years, and it could be because of stress. It could be because of guilt. It could be because of many different things, but there's a definite physical change. I don't know him personally. I don't know what the mental aspect of it is or emotional aspect, but it's definitely, it's noticeable. I'll put it that way. So good catch and good point and good eye, Jesse.
When you put two and two together, though, I know you say that it could be stress, could be all that stuff. When we hear about the things we heard from Dave, when we see the videos, there's a lot of evidence that would suggest that just Occam's razor, it's probably not just stress. It's probably more substance abuse than stress.
The
evidence suggests that.
When I say stress, though, Jesse, I mean stress leading to either substance abuse or alcohol. Yeah, you know what I mean, guys. One of my biggest things, truly, with some of my PTSD issues, is when I became a very heavy drinker. I quit 7 years ago, thank God, but that was a lot of what I drank for, between that and my physical pain for my injury, to forget. Think about that, to forget. Okay. And that's, if you can't think, you don't think. That's all I'm saying. Cheers to you.
Because it tastes good with cheese.
Well, and it does. That stuff does for sure. That's one of the hardest things to quit drinking was the wine. I loved the wine. But anyway, the point is it does help you forget and ignore and things like that. So I'm not saying that's what happened and that's what's going on, but if you're any good at the math that is involved in this, it does make some sense. I'll just put it that way. He's changed a lot, Bobby. His hair is a damn mess, and he looks like he's lost a ton of weight. Just saying. It makes you question it at the very minimum. I'll just say that much. So, Willie, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Malaka, good to have you in the house, bro. Great to see you. So yeah, that's a big thing. I think. Good point, Jesse. I got to tell you that. Good point. But again, like I said, absolutely, bro. Roll.
One more quick point, if you got time for it.
No, please do. What we're here for.
He was trying to draw attention to the fact that there was that white van there, and he also mentioned the van outside of the Mogan house.
Yes.
I don't know if it was an oversight, but he didn't mention the Cowboys showing up in that van and refusing to talk to reporters and quickly driving away. I don't know what color or what model that van was, but I seem to remember it being silver. But
yeah, I think it was.
Might be worth an investigation.
Definitely. I mean, it makes sense. He notices these things and he points these things out on a regular basis, which is what I respect about Pav. He definitely looks into things and does the work. Hence the reason why we're reviewing this. Like I said, I don't agree with every single show he puts out, just as much as anybody does. You know, there's people that don't agree with everything I talk about, but this one, folks, is really on point. Okay. Yes, absolutely. 100%. In my opinion, there's a lot of things with this that if you haven't seen it or heard it, you're gonna think about it at this point now. Absolutely, Willie. Absolutely. On we go.
For a lot of the changes you're going to hear. So the first one to keep in mind is this is the first time we hear this dancing thing. I believe law enforcement planted that in her mouth.
I did back up, SRB. I already backed up. We're going to hear that part again where she says that whatever over there so we can try to catch that. And in fact, I'll do this too to go with it and see what we catch there.
Mouth. And we'll listen to her original statement. I know it's several minutes, but I think it's good to have that fresh on your mind as you're listening to this interview.
Good phone number to check.
Now we have the transcript to the side, and which, don't get it wrong, those things can be changed. We have the closed caption up, and just listen. And SRB swears she hears something, so we'll see what we got. And if you need me to, I'll slow it down too. You really have to listen because they redact it right.
Okay. And is this your address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1122 King Road.
Is your driver's license right?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you seen on that?
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. Pulled us out to the window. That man right there. That I'll show you.
There did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when you told us you need to call the cops.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting over there for me, please?
You know, I'm almost I almost hate when I'm right about things sometimes. But what did you just see in that clip right there? I've been waiting a while to point this one out to you. And I've been waiting for this video, actually, when we got the Dillon statement. Did you catch what just happened right there? He asked, you know, what all do you know about the, you know, who's unalived in the house? And they try to block out a little bit of it. They didn't block out enough, though, because Dillon was attempting to say, well, she had just seen Xana, and then she started calling for help. And watch and listen, you know, who's unalived in the house. And they try to block out a little bit of it. They didn't block out enough, though, because Dillon was attempting to say.
I'm going to slow it down, and we're going to listen to that one more time.
Hey, well, she had just seen Xana, and then she started calling for help. And watch and listen really closely. she said she called for help and somebody came over and somebody helped them and told them they better call 911. And she points and says, that man right over there that helped us. And one of the only men that are standing right over there that she's pointing to that helped her was Officer Gunderson. Officer Gunderson was the one that was standing over there. I'm almost certain that she points to and says, that man helped us and told us to call 911. And if you pay really close attention, though, to where she points when she's talking about the man that helped them, that told them to call 911, you'll notice that Hunter Johnson is standing off to her right. So when she points to the man that helped them and told them to call 911, she's clearly not pointing to Hunter Johnson because he's standing to the right. And then Hunter tries to walk into the scene because he knows that she just screwed up by saying that, in my humble opinion. Watch one more time.
Now this time I'm going to slow it down. And see, when I heard this part of it and I started thinking back, when we were listening to the 911 call, I swear to you guys that I told you I heard 6 times what sounds like a police radio in the call, which doesn't make sense, okay? Like as if it's there next to wherever the phone's being used. And I'm just saying, it may be completely wrong, may not, but it definitely make some bit of more sense to me a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Let me slow this down. Hopefully that should be enough.
How much have you seen on that?
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. And told us not to go in. That man right there. That helped show you around.
We did go in there.
Yeah. Told us not to go in. That man right there. That helped show you around.
I hear that man, but still, that man right there, she's not, that's not Hunter Johnson, folks. Come on. That makes no sense. None at all to me. Just saying. Whoever she's talking about, I don't know. But it could be Gunderson. It could be one of the other. Where she points at, that's where he's at. And Hunter's over on the other side of her. So that's Jack D right there. Hunter is over around where you can't see right now. So it could be. It could be. I don't know. But it's definitely not Hunter Johnson, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Because he's not over that direction if you look where he's at. The closed caption says man. And I'm trying to look at the whatchamacallit here, but I don't see it. Regardless, it's just something else that is got us asking questions, okay? Excuse me. Hold on. That man right there. That helped. Yeah, I think that's called, and then I don't know. Yeah, she's absolutely pointing at definitely not at Hunter. I'll just put it that way. I thought Hunter was down around like the right side of her. That's all I'm saying. On we go. Just something else to think about.
We did go in there.
Yeah, I think that's when you told us you need to call the cops.
Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. The more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you.
Yeah.
Very soon. Again. Okay. So you're probably gonna have to retell the story.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who has a dog in her.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh,
what room are you in? You were in that room?
My room, not Xander's room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xander's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was.
Yeah, WB. It could be Snyder. It could be Gunderson. It could be one of the. It was not Hunter, in my opinion. I'm very comfortable saying that it was not Hunter, folks. It's one of those other guys, in my opinion. And her finger goes that way, and Hunter's on the other side of her to the back, this direction. Okay, which made no sense. Welcome, Krista. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's crazy to me. And Fizzy's in the house. Good to see you.
I think this is what I told you about the other day, but it was Christy that I was pointed it out, and we were trying to figure out if she said that man told us to call 911 or something like that. But we hear man, and we never clocked it. I can't believe we didn't clock this part.
Why would she call somebody she knows by name that man?
That's so weird to say.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you call? You know who he is.
Exactly.
He was there first. He came to you, that man. Why would you call him by name? Or why would you call him by name?
Yeah, and saying that man, that's what you say about your friend. That's weird. My friend, you would say your friend.
That's
guy,
not
man, that guy or something, you know.
That's what I mean.
But yeah, that's crazy. You know what? This is crazy that we keep. The more we listen to this shit and watch it, it's like, do we know?
The more things that come out, the more things that are looked at, the more in depth we look, the more questions there are, and that's how it's always going to be. As far until they answer these things, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Henry, no man, exactly. He's
and listen, these are still, folks, these are still kids, okay, to some aspect. They just got out of high school. They've just gone to college. So think about, they don't think like we do as 30, 40, 50-year-old people, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. They don't, like, I wouldn't look at that kid and say that man there. When I was younger, I'd have said that kid there, or my friend Hunter, or, you know, I told you that already.
Or that guy.
That, right. So, in my opinion, kids didn't know another address for E. Them and Ellie are gaslighting E living at 1122. I think they won't tell that. Continue next comment. Thank you, Murky, for the super chat for sure, Hunt. And hold on real quick, you guys. Let me slide down. Or did I miss it? Do I not see it? No, it's not out there yet. Right. That's what I'm saying, Senor. In my opinion, she would have said, no, we called Hunter. He's the one that told us to call 911. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's no reason that she wouldn't say that.
It's so, off the wall. It's just not even, again, like you guys said, like, are they trying to distance themselves first, too, from this whole thing? Like, why would you call somebody else and not 911? Why would you call an off-duty? I don't know if he was off-duty or what, but.
Yeah, and then.
His personal number? That's weird. Right?
I mean, some of these cops do give out their personal number to these people and say, hey, if you ever have any problems, give me a call, this, that, or whatever else. I'm just saying. So to finish Murky's statement, she says, continue. E's friend at the memorial said that E was looking forward to moving back in with his brothers. If he had his own place, then why would he go back to the frat? I mean, it's a good question. I'm not sure I can give you an answer on that one, but that's a good point and a good question. And thank you again, Murky. You don't have to do the super chats to ask those questions, but thank you so much. I do appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Christy.
Just saying. Have we found out where Hunter said no? No, and here's my thing. In a murder situation, okay? Especially a quadruple murder that the person involved is one of the ones murdered. Don't you think they would have checked and should have checked his apartment? Got a warrant, went through it to see if that had anything related to this that could have proven or shown any kind of anything, but they didn't. They never talked about it. It's not any document. There's no address listed. There's no nothing anywhere. And I think that's insane. That's all I'm saying.
How do we think he had how do we even find out he had another apartment? Did we hear that from somewhere else, or it wasn't in these papers? It wasn't in this?
It was talked about in one of the reports that we went through.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
So, that's all.
Yeah.
All right, so on we go. If anybody needs me to back up, replay, or anything like that, slow it down. Let me know, and we will continue doing that. Thank you.
It was talked about in a report, but then in one of the interviews, I think it was Bethany or Dylan or both that said they had no idea where Ethan's apartment was. They were directly asked where's his apartment. Oh, we have no idea.
Right. Nobody knew. So,
which to me is, there's no way that you live with somebody for even just a month or 2 months and not know where their other place is, right? Or at least the least thing you would know is somewhere on the other side of town, or by the campus, or near the police station. You might not have actually been there, but you would know some directional information of where it is.
Yes.
Agreed. Why wouldn't him and by themselves in his apartment? Wouldn't that be a better than the crap that they, I'm living with a bunch of people. It'd be better to have your own place. Like, it's weird that he didn't live in his apartment with her.
I think if you're in college, you might want to live in a frat house, though.
Well, what is this?
I think she had an obligation to live there. But yeah, and Willie, I was there with you, bro. Remember, I had to jump out real quick because I had an issue going on.
What happened, Dega? Were you okay? I forgot.
I'm all right. I'll explain it another time. But yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
I've been having some bad issues with my allergies and stuff, and it caused me to have an asthma attack and all that kind of stuff. So it is.
So we're all like worried, but we really had a reason to be worried. Oh my gosh.
Well, yeah, it's all right though. I appreciate it. Yeah, they were just roommates. They were in no way, shape, or form friends. That's a fact we already know.
There's no way. They have there's barely any emotion to what these four have seen. And know what is inside their house at the moment. I can't even fathom the thought of my friends being slayed, my roommates being slayed, 4 of them, and me outside. I just don't even understand, like, the universe that they live in. Like, what realm of normalcy are you finding your friend, your best friend, best friend, whatever. You're there all the time, Hunter. I don't know what the fuck you are at this point. I don't know what you're just always there. But, like, you're there, and, like, why are you so... And you're right. Like, I don't know if it's drugs or the life force has been drained out of his soul, because he's just done a bad thing, or like.
Thank you, cat lady.
Bad things. When you have them things, bad things keep them.
They weren't friends,
right? They weren't.
And I understand what you guys are saying. Because they don't appear to know enough about each other to be close friends. But then, don't you have to wonder if that whole photo is staged? That photo at the Whites, the classic photo that's used.
Yes.
It's like a marketing photo. Then, like whose idea was it to take that photo? Because if they're not friends, but they just happened to get together on the day of the murders, wasn't that taken the day of, like, earlier that day?
Yeah, Saturday or
something. During the day it was.
Whoever's idea it was to do that should be asked what prompted that.
Well, I mean, if you listen to Karen Laramie, Maddie's mom, she states that she gets a phone call that day and they're all together, and she ended up on the call with them, talking, so on and so forth. It could have been that they all, just because they were all partying together, decided.
Like it just looks like a family photo, like a family.
It looks like something they would take every day.
Yeah, it's like we're all best friends. Yeah, they show it all the time. Just to drill it in our heads that they were best friends, but their actions don't act as best friends. It's not best friends
at all. They would know more about each other. That's a good point Jesse makes. They truly at least know how to say and spell each other's names. I mean, not only do you live together, but you're close friends. I know all of that stuff about any friends of mine that I'm close to. I'm just saying.
And Christy, I agree. Like I kept saying that. I said, why? Then you have the twins who I don't know if they know at the moment, but like it's pretty obvious something's going wrong and your brother's in the house. And so it's his, at least his girlfriend that you love or she loves is slain, and like you're going to assume that he is too, and they're just, I don't know what's happening. I'm just like, I want to know them. Is this the moment they were told? What's their reactions? Because
what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Macy and Ethan's twin brother and sister, the other two.
Oh,
they show up. It's like him. They're the 3 of them, Hunter, and I'm just like, is he telling them that the brother's gone, or maybe they already know? But
that's exactly what Hunter did. He told him that situation, but from my understanding, that's what he said to him. There's no reaction, which is odd.
None.
I agree.
Like,
I agree with that as well.
It makes me so mad. He makes me want to jump through the screen, because it's like, dude, you are the man. Like, what you're not. Like, what are you talking? Like, you could have you could be a big part of it. Like, I just feel like he's a big part of this. And I think that him and Dylan were willing participants, and Bethany was not. Because I'm company, I got to put him in with them down, because I just feel like he never left the house. I think he was there, or he was I don't know, man. Part of the cleanup or something.
It could be. Meg is right that Chapin Hunter could have been in shock, and that's kind of my thought too. Just saying.
Yeah.
Now I tell you what.
Maybe he is, but I mean, I don't know.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, Murky. I truly do. Like, you didn't have to ever do that, hon. I always say that. Never expected. It's greatly appreciated, though. Thank you so much, hon.
Krista, good to see you.
Krista.
Yes. On we go. On we go. Let's see what else we got. There's more to this. There truly is.
I heard her go upstairs and go, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
You heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
This part.
Okay. And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. I heard some guys. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door.
That's not plural, folks. She says guys. I heard some guys say they rolled together. We've done this before. Guy say it because she's talking the way she is. It just rolls together. That's all it is. It's not plural. Just don't. I want to make sure everybody understands that. That's how I hear it, at least. That's my opinion. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just telling you how I hear it is what I mean. I think it's one, but it could be. I could be wrong, but that's how I hear it.
Remember when she said that the guy, she said, oh, fuck, the guy is here. The guy. And it's like the guy. Who's the guy though? Like when she says it to Jack D, it's like the guy. Like they know there's a guy that they're scared of or something, or they all know. Like
I think she's just saying that she believes that's the guy that did whatever happened. That's all I think.
Okay, yeah, the guy. I saw.
You can't take everything said. Mm-hmm. I mean, we do have to break everything down and listen to everything, but at some point you got to make like.
But we keep making
everything means something. You know what I mean? That's all.
That's what I said. I'm like, do we know too much? Is that the problem? Like, why are we?
Oh well, that's one issue we do know a lot, but
yeah. And we're like looking for every little thing. Like,
yeah, we can look at it real
wrong. Like I'm always like Hunter. I'm like the way he's standing. I can't fucking. He's guilty. Look at the way he's standing. I mean that you know.
Some of that stuff is like not saying with you, Krista, but some people they go way like, oh my god, he's wearing a turquoise shirt. I know he's guilty because of that. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah.
But anyway,
think about it, though, they actually are all guilty of something. You know what I mean?
This is a different situation, yeah. But just saying,
little things a lot. But yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying. I get it. Yeah.
Right. So
suggested. I know. See, that's what I'm saying. Who suggested to take that photo? And I want to see the last picture of Murphy and Kaylee in the bed. Are they asleep? That's weird that you did that, but I don't know. I mean, I take my friends and the dogs, but not at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. when I'm about to
We don't know that there is one, though. That's the thing. We don't know. I still think that Kaylee was in her bedroom with Murphy, heard something going on. Well, now we're hearing that she went upstairs and somebody's up there. She freaks out and comes down. I don't know what I believe. That's the problem. I don't think any of us know what to believe. As far as Dylan's concerned, it's hard to believe anything she says. That's the problem.
Like, what did you do? She went downstairs and then what? Where did she go, Dylan? Like, you didn't figure out if she kept running? Did she keep running? Did she go back upstairs? Why would you go back upstairs?
And again,
that's overthinking, not critical thinking. Oh, thanks, critical minds. You give me such great advice all the time.
That's a good point, though. We need to be critical thinking, but we don't need to overthink it. That's the point. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
we know.
Can we see this part again on the video? Which part, Beck?
Thank you for your help or support, Kitty Cat Lady.
I never expected this case to go viral. No, that's true too, Cat Lady. Hey, stop it! These dogs drive me nuts. Trying to kill each other all the time over a damn crumb of food. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, Beck. No problem. Hold on. Let me back up again. It's about right there, I think. Okay, hold on.
We did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when you told us you need to call the contact. No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. pulled us out to the window. That man right there. I'll show you around.
They did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told me. No, I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. We're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. Pulled us out to the window. That man right there. I'll show you around.
They did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told me.
So she's pointing towards the direction of the front of the house. At least from where she's standing, it looks that way to me. I mean, if that's where he's standing, I thought he was over to the right of her, is what I understood. But anyway, even if he was over there, why would you not just say Hunter, him, there, instead of that man right there? That's weird to me. That's all I'm saying, you guys. That's why I struggle with that. And that's why we're talking about it right now. That's all. So from my understanding, Gunderson was standing over here, but somebody else, I think Annie said that Snyder was over here too at that area, some over there. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. There's no officers outside at that time. I guess we're going to have to pull up the cams and turn it and look in that direction again to make sure of that. That way we can be sure to see where she's pointing at. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. And it was a question, what does everybody else think? Because I'm not sure. I don't get why she run back upstairs when she was so close to run. I don't think she did, Bobby. Go ahead, Eddie. I heard you were going to say something.
Yeah. Pav kind of got himself on a little, side quest there by identifying that she says that.
Yeah.
Right. But again, the purpose of reviewing this body cam is to understand what was initially said in the Nunez body cam in order so that we can Pavarotti contrast that with what is Maury's, the way it morphs over time. So
yeah,
if we spend too much time, review, like doing a review of the Nunez body cam here again, we're going to kind of lose focus of what our intent has been. The purpose of doing what we're doing is just to re-listen to, the initial statement, so to speak, by Dylan.
Gotcha. Exactly, Eddie. Exactly. Truly. I mean, this is just another point that we're pointing out. But all right, so this was sent to me, and I guess. Okay, so she pointed. Well, that's Hunter standing right there, and I don't see anybody else over here. Why wouldn't you just call him by his damn name then? That's what I don't understand. I mean, that's what makes us ask these questions, because it's just dumb. It makes no sense. That is Hunter. For sure, because that's his teal sweatshirt. She's standing there. She points this direction. I can't tell if there's anybody else on the back side of these cars or front side of these cars or anywhere else. So, I mean, at this point, it does look like she's pointing at him. But then say his damn name. I don't know where Snyder is. I don't see him. I guess we'll have to follow the body cams and see if you see somebody else. Maybe in front of the cars. Maybe walking around the corners or something. But right there is all we see is Hunter, folks. So. That's another good point too, Meg. I've said that already. Why did he call her Kylie? He's separating himself from her. Hey, why? Why are you doing that? You know this girl. You came outside, sat down, you were hanging out with her. You know her. It's just Warner. Okay. Yeah, we'll go back through the body cams and see if there's anything else that we may have missed or something. But if you look where she's standing, right here, if you can see my cursor, she points this direction, and the only person I see out through the backside here is Hunter right there. So just say his damn name. That's so weird. Maybe she doesn't want the cops to know that she knows Hunter. That's interesting. Okay. That pic is from Snyder. Okay. Well, yeah, that's right. He was up on the hill. I remember that now. He's doing the tape thing. Okay. And like I said, unless there was somebody that was in front of the cars in the doorway on the other end of I don't know. But it does seem like the only person we see in this body cam here is Hunter himself. So it's just weird.
Guys, it's a Freudian slip. recognize it as such.
Thank you, Fizzy. Right. It's very weird. That's all it is. So on we go. And thank you for sending me that, Fizzy. Back to this. Because there's quite a bit of other stuff in here that there's issues with. So it seems that way, SRB. It does seem that way. I don't know. Like I said, unless there was somebody else somewhere that we can't see that she pointed out. I mean, he's the only person over in that realm, that area. She motions to the upper left. So maybe, I don't know then. It's hard to tell with that positioning that she's standing there. She's kind of cocked sideways. She puts her hand up, points that way. So it could be, could not be. I don't know. Just call him by his name. That way it doesn't confuse the whole world like it did. That's all I'm saying. Because we know she knows him.
We don't need any more confusion.
No, the whole world.
We have enough to figure out.
Right. Jesse had to run, guys. So thank you, Jesse, for joining us. Hopefully he'll be back maybe, but on we go.
Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, the more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you very soon. Again, okay? So you're probably going to have to retell the story.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who was
If Fizzy says, but does she know that the cops know him? I mean, she was there when he came, when they showed up and he took them inside. I mean, I gather maybe. I mean, I would imagine, Fizzy, that's a good question though. Yeah, right, SRB. It's no big deal. But still, these are the things that you have to look at, guys, because one of these little things, just one, can make all the difference in the world and change the entire narrative in a different direction, in my opinion. That's why we do this. So no biggie. And on we go. Thanks, Fizzy.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh.
What room are you in? You were in that room?
My room, not Xana's room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xana's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up.
Gary, that's an interesting point. You're not the only person that's brought that. I got an email a month ago from somebody that said, Dago, why doesn't Murphy try to go to any of the other roommates that are still there? Obviously, if they live in the house with them, you'd think they'd be friendly with them, so on and so forth. It was an interesting point that person made. It seemed like he didn't even look at them. He didn't even look for anybody. He just out the door and down the road they go. And it didn't look like he was interested in anything. Considering that they all live in the same house and that, Bethany has taken him out. Obviously, we know that. I'm sure Dylan has at some point too. You'd think that he would maybe want to go to them because he's familiar with them.
It still makes me sad to watch them too when they just kind of run him down the road and Jack D sitting in the car and he's like, well, I just wanted my dog. I just want my dog. And Murphy's
right,
but
it's just down. The point is, like I said, yeah, I just wanted to make mention of that. And just to respond to what you said, Gary, it is an interesting point for sure. And they smell people too, folks, to understand that. They smell. He sniffed the air when they brought him outside, so he knew who was out there and which direction they were in. That's the point I'm trying to make. Thank you, Gary. Yes. And that's what I've been saying for I don't know how long. If you want to prove, you think you can prove Brian did this, put that dog in a room with Brian Koberger and watch the reaction that dog has, because dogs and animals they tell all based on their reaction to people and the way they act, folks. Put that dog in a room with him alone and see how he reacts to Brian. And I promise you, I guarantee you he probably won't shy away from him. One, Brian has his own dog, so he's a dog person. Two, if he's not the one that hurt Murphy's owner, the dogs know these things. They sense these things. If he was in the house when this happened, or maybe I told you guys before, I thought that he was up on that upper deck and may have saw something going on through Maddie's window. He would know, in my opinion. I'm just saying that. That's my feeling on it. That could be too fizzy. That could be too looking for Kaylee. You know what I mean? Because that's where her scent was. Just saying. It's quite interesting. And he was in Kaylee's room when they found him, on her bed, then under the desk, because that's her space, his person's space. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, 100%. That's absolutely true. Nothing. Good to see you today, dear. Right. None of them said, oh, Murphy this or Murphy that. Nobody went to him. It's almost like there is no connection there. You know what I mean? Sorry, but when you live together with an animal, it's just part of the household, just saying. No, he didn't try to go back in, which is true. Very true. Again, I'm thinking it's either that, or maybe he thought maybe she was outside there somewhere and he went looking for her, or he was heading that direction because he knows that his other owner lives in that area and maybe he could smell that way. But then again, Jack's sitting up here. I don't know, you guys. I'm just trying to put these things together in my head to make them make sense. Well, I'm sure he was traumatized too, Barbara. Truly. I mean, animals are just like human beings. They have the same emotions, same feelings, same stuff. And they get traumatized just like we do too. I'm guaranteeing you that dog was traumatized. Truly. So, just saying. On we go. Yeah, I feel bad for him too.
I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. I heard some guy say that. I heard some guy say that. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he's wearing all black and like this mask, which is covering his forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m. Yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down to
you left here?
Yeah, I left my room down to she's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom.
Okay, so this is the part where everybody says, well, wait a minute, but Dylan says it's Bethany's room at the bottom with the white blinds, indicating it's not the room to the right, it's the other room. But there's always a discrepancy. If they had already started pushing that they didn't want them to be in Bethany's room and her room was to the right, they wanted her to be in the other room that's not her room, well, then there would be an indication of that. And I assure you there is, because as she's starting to describe where Bethany's room is, it's almost as if she remembers mid-description and goes from pointing to the right to where Bethany's room probably really is, and then hurries up and points to the left and goes, well, the white room where the white blinds are. Watch.
She's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked, and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like tried to go to bed. And then we woke up, and it was weird because none of our roommates were up, and we called.
That's absolute. That's all lies. But anyway,
while you have it paused, I have something to add to the. Was it
Please
guys
do.
Plural or guy singular? Right.
Yeah.
Initially, we did in your live stream at one point cover that, and we kind of all agreed it was, two words blended. It was guy singular, and then the next word started with an S. So that's kind of what we agreed to. But now, if we are to look at everything and take everything as a possible clue, this is the first time I realized something is after she says guys plural, or what sounds like guys plural, she says after that the word guy again with emphasis, almost unnaturally so. So it comes out as she's stressing it in order to make a correction, because we talked about a Freudian slip, and she certainly did Freudian slip when it came to, referring to the officer as helping them.
Right.
That man over there, in other words.
Sure.
And, that is why actors, that is why musicians rehearse. So to limit the mistakes. But when actors make mistakes, it makes the blooper reel. When musicians make mistakes, they're playing live. All other musicians in the band recognize it, but they don't give it away. They don't stop and,
just
act
play right through it. Yeah.
They just keep on like nothing happened, and no one knows but them, because they are the consummate professionals. Now, the officer just breezed right past it, and he is the consummate professional, because unlike actors and musicians, there is a script here, and DM didn't have time to rehearse the script, so there are errors. Point being is the way she said guy, and we don't have to rewind it today, rewind it on your own.
Yeah.
Listen to it, and you will see the way she says it is almost as if she's correcting her mistake.
Mm-hmm.
It's a point in the favor of she
Good
said
point.
guys, plural.
Good point. Very good
Starting
point.
to, initially I thought, no, it's guy singular, but I don't know. I'm on it. It's certainly, we know that multiple people did this. So, I mean, she knows multiple people did it.
Yeah. Yes.
She could have said guys. Freudian slip right there.
It could be. And again, I was just telling you what I thought is what it was. I could be wrong, guys. I don't know everything. You know what I mean? It's just what my thought was hearing it. That's all.
You listened to the way she said guy that second time. It is like stressed and emphasized.
Could be. It absolutely could be. Elizabeth says absolutely anything, the same thing. She tried to cover her slip with guys so clearly. Well, there you go. I mean, we know that there is a narrative here, folks, that has to be followed regardless. Okay. So not to change the subject, but that's what I want to know is where you guys are hearing where it sounds like you think it sounds like she might almost be saying calling an ambulance. Is it this part or is it before this? Because I want to hear it too if it's there. Or she said guys, but only saw a guy. So everybody wants me to play it back anyway, Eddie. So where was it, right here, or was it just
how far back?
Yeah, do you remember how far back it was?
Oh no, but 5 minutes at most.
Okay.
Just wait for the part where it says bam, and it's right prior to where he's got the like the Batman.
The bam.
Bam. Boom.
Okay. Gotcha. Yep. All right, let's see if we got it here. I think this is it.
Told them to call 911. You'll notice that Hunter Johnson is standing off to her right. So when she points to the man that helped them and told them to call 911, she's clearly not pointing to Hunter Johnson.
And we all know that that's not true. He obviously just didn't see it, right? Which happens. Nobody's perfect. So don't attack him for being wrong. Things happen. Okay. We know where Hunter's at. It's just mistakes happen, folks. That's all it is. I just played it. Okay. That's why. Sorry, SRB.
Because he's standing to the right. And then Hunter tries to walk into.
Did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told us he needed to call the cops.
Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have the more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you very soon. Again. Okay. So you're probably gonna have to retell the story.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who else has a dog in her room.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh,
what room are you in? You were in that room?
My room, not Xander's room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xander's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up. I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
I called for her name. Oh, I hear what you guys are hearing now. Like, it almost sounds like she was going to say I called for an AM, but she said name. I see what you guys are saying. That makes sense now. I see why you're saying it.
Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up. I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my.
It's weird how she says it. That's why you guys are hearing that, because she says I called for her name instead of I called out her name, which is a very strange way to say I called for her name. That doesn't make any damn sense. Exactly, SRB. That's exactly it right there. So it's because of the way she says it, which still makes no sense, but because I called for her name, it almost sounds like, yeah, I see what you guys were saying now. That is I've never heard anyone say it either, Fizzy. It's strange as hell. Very weird. Very weird. Very weird. That was another thing too, Moonlight, that what we were told before. I doubt that it doesn't even sound right, but it could be. Who knows? Typically, we don't even know nowadays, but called out for her name. It's still weird either way. Nothing. It's just the whole statement is very strange. And there's quite a few statements she makes that are weird. So were they cut? Were they not? We don't know, guys. It's just the point is it's odd, and that's why we're catching it. Truly. And she does it a lot. That's all I'm saying. Gianna's in the house. Good to see you, Gianna. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. 6 out of 10. I said, oh, thank you so much, Gianna. God bless, hon. Very, very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. God, you guys are amazing. I appreciate this whole community. You guys never, ever expect that stuff, folks, but we do appreciate it so much. God bless.
That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. I heard some guy say that I heard some guy say that. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering.
I hear what you were saying now, Eddie, with the stress on that. Yeah, I didn't catch that.
No, she hadn't said it yet. Listen, that was her saying guys plural. That might be the mistake. So if you listen further.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean then. My apologies. Okay.
You'll hear her say the word guy, but it's like very conspicuous. I'll put it that way.
Sure. Gotcha. Rhonda Stone, welcome. Good to see you. And welcome. Wonderful to have you here. We appreciate you very much.
Hi, Rhonda.
And God bless again, Gianna. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate that so very much. All right. Back on we go.
And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door, and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m. Yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down to
You left here?
I left my room down to the room. She's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom.
Okay, so this is the part where everybody says, well, wait a minute, but Dylan says it's Bethany's room at the bottom with the white blinds, indicating it's not the room to the right, it's the other room. But there's always a discrepancy. If they had already started pushing that they didn't want them to be in Bethany's room and her room was to the right, they wanted her to be in the other room that's not her room, well, then there would be an indication of that. And I assure you there is, because as she's starting to describe where Bethany's room is, it's almost as if she remembers mid-description and goes from pointing to the right to where Bethany's room probably really is, and then hurries up and points to the left and goes, well, the white room where the white blinds are. Watch.
She's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked, and we just locked the door.
Okay, but the issue that we've always had with this statement and other things in this aspect is that that's not Bethany's room, though. Am I wrong? My understanding from the beginning of this is that Bethany's room is the other one on the left side of the front of the house. Is that right or wrong? Which would be behind the stairwell, not to the right. When you walk in the front door, to the right was the office room. Isn't that right? And
We've
then
always believed that Bethany's was on the left as you look at the house.
Yep.
From
Okay.
the parking lot. Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
And I mean, you're not dense. I'm not being mean here, but when you look at the house, you know where you live inside the house, what rooms are which. That's not her room. Period. So why are we saying that again? These are the things that these are what the problems are. A lot of these little things are causing issues. But yeah, her room is the one. Look, folks, hold on.
White blinds are.
1 second.
Watch.
She's that.
That right there. See my cursor right here? The room that is in front of the Jeep that's Bethany's bedroom. She's pointing to the one on the other side of the house, which makes zero sense. Welcome, Wallflower. Good to see you. Because that's never been. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, SRB. She couldn't have been, because we saw pictures of the office with the desk, the chair. It was a bit of a mess, but we saw those photographs within the photographs that were dumped. That's the office. They told us all of that. So that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, let's listen to her words. In this Nunez body cam, she says the one with the white blinders, shutters, curtains, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Meaning the one on the left.
But
am I right?
I thought they both had the blinds in it, but okay. I guess not. This one here is, I can't really tell. Doesn't the other window have blinds in it too?
I think what we're looking for is, again, the contrast between her first things that she said, aka what she says in Nunez body cam, and what law enforcement is going to have her say later.
Yeah, because we end up in the interview too. So yes.
So in other words, my takeaway is the truth is that Bethany's room is what we always thought it was, on the left.
Right there.
And for whatever reason, they wanted us to believe that it's on the right for some reason.
Got you. Okay. Well, and then that's what they say as well, though. Wasn't it stated that, I think it was Hunter that stated that he put the code in and he goes in and they were standing there in that room to the right as soon as you go in the door. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. Okay. Which that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that they weren't in her room. It just means that they, for whatever reason, moved to that room. So, okay, whatever, but still.
Well, that's a lot. Whatever. It's a lie.
I mean, that's the other point. Yes.
They're all giving their, what they've been told.
Right. Thank you, Susan. Okay.
We get muted. Were the curtains, the blinds messed up at one point? There's a picture of the blinds messed up on that side. The one that she's saying is no.
I don't know about that.
I remember there's a picture and the curtains were like the blinds are messed up at one point, but then in one picture there isn't. They're fine, and then the next picture, I don't know.
I think her finger doesn't. I think it almost looks like she's pointing to the side, the right side, instead of this one here. Because if you look at her hand in comparison to where this room here is, I think it looks like she's pointing more towards the right. That could be where a discrepancy comes from. That's all. Just saying. And there's a lot of lies too, folks, and that's what everybody's trying to differentiate between. That's all. Who did? Nobody said it. Whether I guess there is a creator pushing that. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but yes. Yeah, you can see it through that window. Linda's correct. Thank you, Linda. And there's a bathroom in that hallway. As soon as you walk through the front door, Denise, you can see the bathroom right there. So, all right, on we go.
One with the white blinds at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked, and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like tried to go to bed. And then we woke up, and it was weird because none of our roommates were up, and we called all of them. They were not waking up, and so me and like, this is weird. So I called and to come over, and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
Me, that woman right there.
Okay. Who's Santa?
Santa is the girl in there.
Is the girl that lives this one?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell her name?
Xana.
Do you know if she has a middle name?
Alexis, I think.
Do you know what her last name is?
Kernodal. K. I don't know how to spell it really. K. You know? R-N-O-D-L.
K-A-E-R.
K-E-R.
K-E-R.
N-O.
N-O.
L-E.
D-L-E. Okay.
X-A-N-A.
X-A-N-A. Okay.
Ethan, who's in there, he doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time.
There's a male that lives here, and
he doesn't actually live here. He's in the Louisiana, I believe.
He's in there right now.
But he doesn't live here, but he's here a lot. And then there's Maddie, Mogan, and Kaylee up top. I don't know where they're at though.
Maddie
Mogan, and
Maddie
Kaylee,
Mogan.
Yeah.
And who?
Kaylee Gonzalez. She's the girl that I was talking about, Kaylee, who I just heard her go upstairs and then run back downstairs.
Okay. And the guy that lives here, his name was what? He's usually
Ethan.
Ethan. And you knew he was here this morning?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here.
Okay. All right. Describe the guy that you saw.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me, and I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't.
Here's what I'm going to tell you my biggest issue with this is real quick, okay? And I think I said this before when we watched this last time. And then we'll go, at some point, I think he goes back to the interview with Maury. So the fact that she's standing here giving such a detailed statement about this bothers me. And I'm going to tell you why. One, she claims that she was trashed the night before, which was just a few hours beforehand. That's the most important. Number two, this was truly, for any normal person, a very, very traumatic experience to have to endure. That entails a lot of little aspects that are horrible. And she's a very young person. My experience dictates that young people don't handle these situations that well and shouldn't be, in my opinion, as clear-headed and as articulate as she's being, in my opinion. This is my opinion, by the way, folks. It's not. That's what my biggest issue with this is, and has been from the beginning.
You're a first responder, so you've been to these scenes and you've seen how people react, right?
Most people can't even tell you their name, let alone, you know what I'm saying? Let alone explain certain things in detail like this. And there should be so many mistakes, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's different. Understand that, and I know that myself. But
yeah,
this bugged me a little. Is all I'm telling you guys. Yeah, that's the other part of it. The details are strange. They're not, and she's remembering things that I would not imagine she would remember. Not on the important facts in the big picture. Right. Thank you, nothing. That's what I'm saying. Tinsel, welcome. Good to see you. Laylo, Lisa. Her finger goes left at first, but moves to the right. She says, guys, okay. In that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, I said like she would probably say guys instead of man. You know what I mean? If it was Hunter, like
I would think she would, or that my friend Hunter or that guy, not that man. It's just weird. I don't know. Her
like she called Emily, right? Like she was calling Emily. She was on the phone. She was on the phone with Emily anyway. So really, like allegedly, she was on the phone with Emily. So it's like she didn't even call that guy. She called Emily's phone and on the phone with them, and like I guess Hunter's on speakerphone. But see what I mean? Like everything.
Welcome, Debbie.
The more that comes out, or the more we think about it, I feel like.
Well, and there's some senses, not us, and not with this, and not with everything, but sometimes you have a tendency to overthink a lot instead of critical think, like critical said. So
yeah. I think
you referred to that woman when she was talking about Bethany. See, that's what I mean. Like her the way she speaks is just odd. So maybe that's what the problem is. I don't know, but
you think she does it because she knows the officer doesn't know their names, so she's like, but I mean, say the girl or that guy,
maybe.
I mean, because like if she says, like.
But here's the other side to the whole thing, though, Krista. We know that there's lies being told, so maybe that's the problem. Is that because there are lies being told, maybe you don't know how to express a lie the right way. Maybe I'm just saying, you know, it's something else to think about. Micro says that they are various esoteric highlights for such a traumatic. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. That's exactly what I mean. I doubt that. Good trouble. I don't know. I mean, it could be, but I didn't think that. Good to see you, by the way. So she didn't want to be a kid anymore, but yet she can't act like an. Good point, SRB. I get it. I do. I get it. That's what we have issues with, folks. Lots of things. So
it's just sad. These people depended on each other to at least, you know, your roommates. You have to at least help keep each other safe. Like if somebody yells for help, you call fucking help. You call for help.
You would think you could and should be able to
lock yourself in the room selfishly as you can.
Well, the fact that she even did claim and did what she did, as soon as she heard Kaylee screaming, she locked her door instead of trying to help in some form. She just locked her door. What? That's not a good person. I'm sorry.
No, like when you let my sister bleed out, why are you not? You haven't spoken to me 2 times in 3 years. I'm saying if I'm the family of these victims, and then I'm finding out how you let them bleed to death for 9 hours. I mean, I knew that, but now I really know that. And I mean, like that anger, that would make
Thank
me
you, SRB.
So like and solely angry at this person that they let my sister scream for help, and we heard the screams, and I'm pretty sure that's the screams we heard on that one camera that we finally got. It's like that was terrifying. It's so fucking terrifying to think what she saw and had to go through. Like, and they just let it happen, and then they clean it up, and like they did clean it up. We know they cleaned it up. There's evidence of it. So doesn't fly. Like the rest of what she says is just a fucking lie. Like you let your friends die, and that's sick. You're sick for that. And Hunter and her and whoever else is involved, I hope that it eats the way to their souls until they tell the truth. In my opinion, because it just makes the madder and madder I get. Like I think about what they had to go through, and how it just didn't have to happen. You know, like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I just can't believe that.
There really, truly is no reason to not call somebody.
No.
Even if it wasn't the police, you could have called somebody, but you should have called 911.
Your dentist. Let your dentist know. Stranger danger. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could go to sleep. I don't know why you wouldn't jump out the window. You see a masked man.
They didn't go to sleep. We know that.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you run? Like, why wouldn't
yeah, that's that too. But why are you lying about going to sleep too? Even though the whole world knows you didn't. That's another thing.
That's the angering part. It's like we know that you're lying, and it's just like I don't know what she thinks that we're just gonna like listen to it and be like, oh, poor her. No, like this is a real world bitch. I'm sorry, the real world girlfriend. Like you just entered the real world, and now you got to deal with big girl consequences. Like people are not going to be happy with you until you maybe tell the truth, or just I don't know, say I was threatened. I had a gun to my head the whole time. I don't know, something. Brian really did it. I don't know.
I think if that would have came out, the whole world would have felt a whole lot different about them and the situation. If she would have at least said, "Hey, I was told, or I was threatened. Somebody threatened to kill me if I didn't," things like that. If that's the truth, then just say it.
I mean, that really could be the possibility. That could really be it. They could have been forcing them with guns to clean this up and the lot. You know what I mean? We don't know. And then how are they going to be? They're not going to call the PO.
My big thing though is my 8-year-old granddaughter, my 6-year-old grandson, and all of my children when they were 3, 4, 5, 6 years old at those ages knew to call 911 in any form of an emergency or anything that sounds out of sight, even if it was in our own home. If you hear something that don't sound right, you pick up the phone, you dial 911. This is a 20-some-odd-year-old adult woman. There's 2 of them that couldn't do it. That's what my big issue is. That's what bothers me.
You can't. Both of you can't figure out that stranger. You couldn't figure out that there was a murder going on in your house and your friend screaming for help. And
if that's the other thing, like SRB said, if there were threats made, if there was this, then go to the fucking FBI and say, "Hey, this is what happened. Can you please protect me? Here's the truth. Move on." That's it. They make different programs for different reasons, just like this, and that never happened. So there's that.
Probably never tell the truth. I mean, at this point, I don't think they're ever going to tell the truth, and it's going to eat away at them and the people, the families of these people, because I can't even believe other people wouldn't call 911 either. Like there's a lot going on around that time, and I'm pretty sure it was pretty loud what happened. So you hear,
they called for the dog barking. They called on noise complaints on this house every other day. So if that dog's out there at 4 a.m. barking his brains out for an hour. Why didn't you call the police on that? Since you're calling the one neighbor that was an asshole that couldn't stand them, that was always calling the police on them. Why didn't you call for that night? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have a question.
There's a lot of these little things like that are making this very hard to deal with. I'm just saying.
Remember the Loop 6 that the undercover did? Was that all during the time that when the dog was barking at any point or no? No, right?
Remember the what now? Say that again.
Remember when the dog's barking, like the wolf? We heard the dog barking forever. That
was from like 4:17 to 4:50, I think it was.
The cops were gone by then. The undercover was off their shift, I think.
Yeah, they were.
They would have heard it to call. Okay, because I'm saying they were real serious when they had the other noise complaints. They're real serious when they walk up. They're like, "Well, we're going to have to take you to court, ma'am." It's like we need to talk to the homeowner.
I don't know.
It's like. Did you hear the singing and joyful? Everybody has noise. It's all noisy. It's a college neighborhood. There's parties all the time. We heard the party. Right. I just feel like their parties were huge, and they just had a party. But I mean, I don't know, man. It just the more and more this goes on, it's like, how are we ever going to know the truth?
Yeah,
Dago.
Yes, sir.
Could we flash forward to when Maury is now beginning to interview Dylan?
Yeah.
I think we got.
I was actually going to do that. Yeah,
I think the takeaway from the body cam has already been done. The key points.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, this last part before we jump back into the Maury interview says that I heard Kaylee go upstairs. I thought I'll go to sleep now because Kaylee's going upstairs. As she's walking up, I heard her scream because she saw someone. I called her name and locked my door, which is dumb to me still too. You called her name, but then you lock your door. Did you not expect a response? Okay. I heard someone in the bathroom and I heard her crying, and some guy say, well, it's listed as guys, but that's what he heard. That's okay. It's okay. I'm going to help you. And then at 4, I first heard Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run back down. And she says someone's here. It wasn't in a nice way based on what, she heard him say. So that I then opened the door. This is the only time she says she opened the door. Bethany says she heard and saw a gunshot. Now that's not true. That's what Paul has made it to. That's what he believes she said. She's saying by hearing the pop noise. Okay. And then she heard a pop, like a bang gunshot. And that's what he believes it is a gunshot. A lot of people do. That's all I'm telling you guys. So now we're moving back into the interview part of this with Maury, because it's another important part of this too.
And that gun rack guy, they always hear.
Who's really making these changes? Was it Dylan or was it Maury? Let's find out.
Sleep at 4 a.m. I look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. I can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy because he's barking.
Now, This is something that's inconsistent with what she said.
And I'm going to stop before he even says anything. You can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. She clearly says that's what she believes is going on, but how do you know that they're dancing unless you're in there with her watching it? That's all I'm telling you. Like, they could be singing or whatever. That's fine, but unless you see it, you don't know if she's dancing with the dog or playing whatever.
Yeah, throwing
that's
the ball.
Problem that I've had with this, and that's one of the points I wanted to make out. You don't, unless you see, you don't know if she's moving around dancing or if she's sitting on the couch playing with the dog, singing, whatever it is, but you don't know she's dancing unless you visually see that, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. On we go. I saw it, Beach State. Thank you.
Said originally. Now, instead of just going from, she heard Kaylee running upstairs and scream, now she's saying, well, I've heard Kaylee and Murphy dancing, right? And everybody thinks Mowry is stupid. And Dylan's lying, Mowry's stupid, because that's the easiest way to explain things. I can assure you, though, Mowry's not stupid. All right. Mowry's actually been around for a long time, and he has some expertise in different areas. Mowry is definitely not a stupid guy. And as he's taken these statements from Dylan, we're going to see just exactly how not stupid Mowry is, because Mowry seems to be very good at leading a witness. But when you hear somebody say, I hear somebody dancing with their dog, well, the natural response would be, what do you mean by dancing? Right? And you don't hear any of that. So when a weird statement like that comes up and there's no acknowledgement from Mowry, it tells me that it's something likely that Mowry has put in Dylan's mouth because he wasn't shocked to hear it. Let's continue.
And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear like everything. And I heard her say, there's someone here. And I thought she ran downstairs because you can hear like everything. Because you can hear like everything. Because you can hear like everything. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
Okay, so I got to reiterate this because this is key. According to all of the police reports, at this point, nobody else has talked to Dylan other than Nunez. So the only thing that Mowry could be briefed on as it relates to Dylan is what she told Nunez. There is no other documentation of anybody ever talking to Dylan. So that's all Mowry could know at this point. And in the Nunez statement, the only thing she said was, I called her name and locked my door because I was scared. And then I opened the door. This is the only time she says she opened the door, when she says she saw a guy dressed in black. It's important to understand those two things and what she just said as we go further.
And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
So Kaylee and Murphy's her.
Murphy, so Kaylee and is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much.
And Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Kaylee's last name?
Goncalves.
Oh boy, spell that for me.
Gonclaves.
And is she here today?
No.
Was she one of the ones that was hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, that bothers me because he knows the answer to that. Why is he doing that? It's almost like it's like a show, for lack of better terms, that he's putting on, like for everybody else to see it because he knows it's recorded. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, is she here today? Well, you know she's not, Mowry. Like, so I need you to say this, Dylan, to the world, that she this, that, and everything else. Like, you know, and he's playing off that he doesn't know this, and I don't believe that. I just don't. I don't believe that. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, where is Kaylee's room compared to yours?
Like right above my
Straight above. What are you on, first, second?
Second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where, when it finally goes to trial, it'll be pretty easy pickings. So here's what we've all come to believe, and we're fairly certain that this is Maddie's room, this is Kaylee's room, Dylan, Xana, and Ethan, and the one that I'm not sure of is this is where they say Bethany's is. I think it's quite possible she could have been over here, but when you hear Dylan in the interview say that Kaylee's room was directly above her room, I can understand why she's thinking that, because these stairs go up, turn, and then come back up the other direction. So she just might be directionally challenged and think once you get up to the top of the stairs and you make a left into Kaylee's room, I can see why she would think that might be over her room. So she probably really believes it's Kaylee's room above her. Yet we know that it's not Kaylee's room. We know it's actually Maddie's room. So all the things that she's saying that she heard upstairs in Kaylee's room was actually happening in Maddie's room, which kind of messes up the whole story if you think about it. And let's continue.
You said that Kaylee and share Murphy?
Yeah. This?
And this just
Yeah.
current?
Yeah. He's ex right now.
Any problems between Kaylee?
No. Okay. They're really good, like friends still.
Still play with the dog and stuff like that?
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay. So, you hear Kaylee upstairs, she's dancing, playing with the dog, normal kind of thing, probably.
Okay, so it's little things like this that you got to pay close attention to, because I don't believe for a second this is Maori being stupid and starting to, just misinterpret the situation. This is clearly Maori leading the interview, and he's leading her into things that they want her to say and confirm. Listen close to what he just said, because he has not heard this from her. And in fact, nobody has heard this from her to this point. And what does she do? She just says yes, because he's leading her down the path of what they want her to say.
Sleep at 4 a.m. I look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing, because I can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy, because he's barking.
You see, Dylan said that she heard Kaylee and Murphy dancing, as in to insinuate dancing on the second floor, because she then goes on to state,
and remember something she says here, because I can tell it's her voice. She says that here, but then at the other point she says, well, I don't know if it could have been Xana. You either know or you don't know. Make up your mind. That's all I'm saying. That's a problem.
And Xana wasn't dancing with Murphy, I don't think. You know what I mean? Why would she think that?
No, but down, you'll hear what I'm saying in a minute. That's the point I'm trying to point out. It has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that you either know or you don't know. Don't change it back and forth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
She then heard Kaylee run upstairs and then run back downstairs. But Maori is going to slyly move the story. He does it by first asking Dylan, what room is Kaylee's room?
Okay, where is Kaylee's room compared to yours? You hear Kaylee upstairs, she's dancing, playing with the dog, normal kind of thing, probably.
So Dylan had never once said.
Now, see, she should have corrected that. She should have right there corrected and said, no, I heard her and Murphy dancing in the living room, not upstairs. But you heard what he said, okay? Remember that.
That Kaylee was upstairs, meaning on the third floor, playing with the dog. In fact, she never said that her and Murphy was dancing until this interview. I think somebody put that in her mouth. But she was clearly insinuating that she could hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing on the second floor. Then she went on to say she ran to the third floor and ran back down. Now, what Maori has done is, in a very slick way, asked her about Kaylee and Murphy dancing, asked her where Kaylee's room was. Now he's restating things and saying, so you heard Kaylee and Murphy playing. That was his words, playing on the 3rd floor. Normal thing, right? Just normal thing. And he gets her to say yes. Now he's led her into exactly what he wanted to lead her into. Maury isn't stupid. Maury's slick. Not that slick, though.
You hear Kaylee upstairs. She's dancing, playing with the dog. Normal kind of thing, probably.
Yeah.
And then she says, there's someone here.
Yeah, when she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared, and she runs downstairs.
Where do you think she ran?
I don't know if she made it past the stairs,
Okay.
or if it was in the living room.
Okay.
So Dylan, who is not as slick as Maury, she returns to her original statement that she ran upstairs, said someone's here, and then ran back downstairs. Watch what Maury does.
But you heard her on the stairs.
Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs.
Okay.
And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name, and then I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone. And then
What were those other names?
Xana, Maddie, we call Logan as Maddie, and Kaylee.
Okay. So do you know what Xana's last name is?
Kernodle. Kernodle, I believe.
Okay. And what about Maddie?
Mogen, Mogen.
And Kaylee
Goncalves.
is Goncalves. That's the same one. Okay.
Yeah.
Were these 3 friends?
Yeah, we're all roommates.
Okay. Who was sharing the room with Kaylee?
Kaylee and Mogen are both upstairs. They don't share rooms.
They have their own rooms?
Yeah, we all have our own rooms.
Okay. So these 2 are up on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Where's Xana?
It's my floor.
Your floor.
She's closest to the bathroom on my floor.
Bathroom. Okay. So Jen and Kaylee aren't an issue.
No, they're not at all.
What about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue?
No, Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise, super nice.
Okay.
Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. They're really nice too.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know anybody's name or anything like that. So was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all upstairs still? Are those the ones that got hurt?
Those are the ones that got hurt.
Okay.
And then the other girl that's here, she's on the 1st floor.
Okay. And was she the one in the yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. She's over there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan?
No.
Nothing like that?
I've never heard anything.
Any cars that were in the area that you can think of that wouldn't have been wrong?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay.
Okay, so what Maury did right there is a classic tactic. When Dylan said something that didn't line up with what he wanted her to say, he shifted gears. Here's what she said.
And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name, and then I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone.
She was very clear about this point.
I didn't open the door.
Then Maury, in classic leading fashion, shifts gears, asks her the name of everybody, ask them about their boyfriends, anything else, and then he slickly, after doing that, comes right back to this.
And you did see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything else?
No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. Like, it was just really random.
Okay.
So here comes Maury now. Pay close attention.
So you're getting home around 12:31.
Yeah.
You've got Maddie that comes home just shortly after.
Yeah.
Maddie comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Okay.
And Kaylee also came home with Maddie at the same time from the club.
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything.
That was absolutely leading, period. There's no two ways about it. And congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Wallflower. Welcome to the family. We appreciate you very much. Great to have you here. Yeah, that's absolutely leading, period. There's no two ways about that one. So
yeah. And where she said, and didn't reopen the door. She said didn't so fast that it almost feels like it was like on 1 3/4 speed or something.
Yeah, like didn't. Yeah, agreed.
So it sounded so quick you could have almost misheard it as did open the door.
Yes.
Which may explain why there's no time on this thing.
There's none. There's no time stamp or any of that in any of these interviews, folks. And it's ignorant that it's not there to me. I'm sorry. Makes no sense. And sometimes she does, Angel. She hasn't been on too much lately because she had other stuff going on, but she messages me and stuff like that when she doesn't show up and explains why. So she does from time to time, though, Angel. If I'm being honest, I disagree with Maury not being an imbecile. I think he's leading, but thank you. Thank you, Busy. I mean, to some aspects, maybe. But I think he knows a lot more than what he's letting on to. He had to have known. They're not going to send somebody into an interview room with this guy without any information whatsoever.
That's what I was thinking.
You don't do that. They just don't do that. There's got to be
some kind of...
The basics had to be given to him. He's got, some kind of documentation knowing what happened. And then to go in there like that just doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm saying.
And what do they call it? Like a briefing.
Yeah, like, they all had a briefing on this. They all did. We all know that they did.
Yeah.
So there's that. On we go.
You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you hear her, she says what she says, you hear her hitting the stairs, you open the door, cry out to her, and then you hear her, she says what she says, you hear her hitting the stairs, you open the door, cry out to her.
See what a slick butt just did? He just restated everything in the way that he wanted it to be stated. He said, so you hear her, implying you hear her upstairs. She yells, she hits the stairs, implying that she's already upstairs when she hears her. She yells, someone's here, and then she hits the stairs, as in to just run downstairs from upstairs. And then he says, so you opened the door to yell at her. He just implanted opening the door for the first time in this whole thing at this point. Never once has she said she opened the door before she opened it to peek out and see the guy. Now he's added this whole other door opening scenario right here, even though she had just said, but she didn't open the door.
I didn't open the door.
We just listened to just a minute ago. So listen to it one more time. Watch how Maury just makes this whole thing morph into what he wants her to say and gets her to agree to it.
And then you hear her, she says what she says, you hear her hitting the stairs, you open the door, cry out to her.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right?
So right there is where in the PCA it says she opened the door the first time. It didn't come from Dylan. It came from the mouth of Maury on purpose, I believe.
What happens at that point?
I opened the door again and I heard what I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like in a nice way.
Now here's Dylan following Maury's lead. He said, what happened next? Now, before she said she's never opened the door before, but now that he's given her this lead to say that you had opened the door and you were scared and closed it, now she's saying, okay, well, I opened the door again the second time and I hear somebody in the bathroom. It's just following the lead of the detective. And we know that it is a scenario they've already discussed.
Like it was just weird, and it was a voice I've never heard before.
Okay.
And then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it could have been Xana, but I thought it was Kaylee at the time.
Okay.
So yeah, he says, so when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom. He wanted to make sure that he restated it with that. So when you open the door again, got in there. It's already mapped out before he goes into this interview.
Right over the top of it. And you said you don't recognize the voice.
No. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there.
Now, once again, Dylan just following Mallory's lead. Now she's opening the door again, even though she's already said at this point she never opened the door until she saw the guy. It was all Mallory leading her.
And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic built, not like skinny, athletic built, not like skinny, not like skinny, not like skinny, athletic built.
So what Dylan's clearly stating right there is, she's just saying it fast, is the perpetrator is not skinny. He's not skinny. He's not like skinny. He's athletically built. Doesn't fit Kohberger, does it?
He has all black. He's wearing some masks that covers just his forehead and here, and it goes like around. He was white. He saw me and I saw him, and he just.
And before anybody says anything, where she says masks, it was just a she just misspoke. That's all. that's obvious to me, at least in my opinion. So, because I know people are going to catch that too. It's obvious, but just saying, that's my thought on that one. Brian is super skinny, obviously, and is definitely not athletically built, in my opinion. So yeah, exactly. They're definitely not talking about him.
Left. He was white. He was white.
So in this interview, she was pretty certain that the guy she had seen was white. Not she didn't know how she knew he was white, but she was pretty certain that he was white. And Mallory didn't lead her into that one.
And he was holding, it looked like it was this, and this was black. And I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was.
Now, she wasn't thinking at the time it was a gun, but now she's thinking it probably was. Well, why would she now be thinking it probably was? Because Dylan is just as sharp as anybody else. She knows that Bethany heard.
Because somebody told her that. That's why.
Bangs and seen a spark. And her roommates are all unalived, and they probably have heard at this point that one of them had been shot. That would make her think that what she had seen was a gun. Although I would like to see Mallory's face looking at her as she said that, because he certainly tries to get her to say something else.
But I was just in and out of it because I was so tired.
You say this.
Like it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out and then in.
So what she's describing there is a gun. Nothing else has cylinders like guns do. However, Mallory's going to try to shift her, and he's the one that come up with the arrow thing, not Dylan.
I don't. Maybe.
Almost like a arrow, or?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
It was weird. I couldn't really. I call it like a mini vacuum. I don't really know what it was.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take a step back right here. Now, I know I have former law enforcement officers that watch my videos. I'd love for you to comment on this, because imagine you have a detective and they're questioning a witness about the perpetrator that she had seen in the house that had just unalived 4 individuals. And when your witness says he was holding something that now I believe was a gun that had a cylinder, would your response be, well, did it look like an arrow? And then when she says, I don't really know what it was, like a mini vacuum, would you stop right there and go, oh, okay, well, then that makes sense. He's holding the.
100% he should have stopped her and said, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about this. Let's get some more details off this. Is it a detective? You're going to want to know if there's a gun.
Exactly. Well, was it a gun? Are you sure? Like I said before, we've seen other interviews. We've watched First 48. We've seen, there's channels where there's kinds of interviews, interrogations, whatever. Like these kind of questions don't go like just, oh, okay.
No, nobody ever just lets questions like that go by the wayside without saying, hey, let's talk about this for a minute and get a little bit more detail here, because that's an important piece of information to know. He don't do a damn thing because she's doing exactly what he needs her to. Period. That's all there is to it, because the gun doesn't fit into the narrative. Okay, just saying.
That's right. There's a pattern. So the dog barking in alarm that Dylan describes, the law enforcement twist that into either playing with the dog or dancing with the dog. Kaylee screaming equals crying. A gunshot is some firecracker.
A firecracker. See?
A gun, an actual gun is, I don't know, just a general shape of a cylinder or arrow. Who knows what it could be.
Yeah.
Right. Altogether, all those things are for the purpose of explaining the 8-hour delay in the 911 call.
Nothing does.
There you go. Yep.
No.
Good point. Good point, Eddie. Good point.
Not many excuses you can give somebody. I mean, I don't know. They haven't seemed to give any excuse except for I was frozen shock for 9 hours or whatever.
All that he has to make sure of, folks, in my opinion, is that this doesn't go in a direction that it's not supposed to, and that it goes the way that they need it to, and that's what it's not even, in my opinion, a true interrogation or interview. They just have to make sure she's going to tell the right story. That's how I feel about this, to be honest with you. So, yeah, Mowry knew exactly what he was doing. And the man's been around for a long time. I know some people think he's stupid. As a detective, I don't think he is. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but
you don't get that. You don't really get that position.
Now put Brett Payne in front of this. Yeah, we'll talk about stupid there, okay? Because he's inexperienced and he doesn't know. Just saying. That's my opinion again.
I kind of got a feeling that she's like one of those people that when she get an idea in her head, she's looking for a validation of what she saw. Mm-hmm. So whenever somebody says, well, like Mowry, well, you said this, but could you meant that? And then it kind of validates her thought and say, oh yeah, that was what I meant. We kind of seen that because whenever she said after they got Kohlberger, they showed her the picture. And she could not identify him. Even here, and this is why he threw that up there again. She could not identify him. Even then, at lineup. But what did she do whenever he took the plea deal? Oh, because they said that you did this. Now, Bill Thompson, could you block him because I don't want to see him? This is the same person that you have said time and time again he was not the person. But because they validated it and said, yeah, that's him, so you just go along with it. That's the problem with Dylan.
Well, Hemisphere, that's a huge point, actually. He's right, you guys. She's in more ways than one. Many a times basically said Brian is not the one in her own ways. Think about it. And now that's a great point, sir. I'm glad you said it like that too, because that's truly what she's done. She couldn't identify him in the photograph. I don't know who that is. She couldn't identify him based on the description she gave because it wasn't him. The physical description does not match him either. So in more ways than one, she's misidentified him and basically has identified somebody completely different to Brian.
I mean,
so that's a good point. That's a good point.
Go back and look and see what Ann Taylor has to say about Dylan. She has no credibility.
Well, of course not, right?
Because she can't keep her shit straight.
That's facts.
So she can't identify my client in a lineup or through some pictures or whatever.
In any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but yet, whenever now it's all validated, oh, that was the guy.
Only because they told her it was. That's the only reason why.
And you wonder why Dylan gets treated the way she gets treated.
Well, I don't, but yes, you're right. Lots of people do. That's a good point. That's it right there. Absolutely, my friend. On we go. Good point, Hemisphere. Good point.
Mini back. Let me continue on in my questioning. Or would you dig in and try to determine if the guy was holding a gun or not? Answer that one honestly. And the fact that he doesn't do that tells you everything you need to know.
You say about your height. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot.
So he's going to be average height.
Yeah.
Any of the girls at all?
But that's not average height. You see what he did there? Same thing they did on when they were taking the statement from her. 6 foot is not average height. Between 5'8" and 5'10" is average height for a man. If you look it up, okay? That's not at all what they're doing. They changed it from what she said out during the statement on BODYCAM. They changed it here too. Just saying.
All in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on the last couple of weeks that they talked about?
It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all.
No weird calls, no texts?
No, nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually.
Right? Okay, so, and I apologize, I keep backing up just a little bit, just because everything's going to be jumbled up with you, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, let me back up just a little bit because everything's going to be jumbled up with you, meaning everything we wanted you to say. So let me just restate everything we need you to say to clarify things and get you to agree to it.
You hear her dancing. Mm-hmm. You hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you hear her crying.
Yeah.
Or at least.
So in my opinion, what he's doing right here is he's making sure she understands the story. That period. That's how I see it. Remember, we're going to go back over this again. This is exactly what happened. Remember this, okay? Here it is. That's how I see this. Welcome, Echo 444. Good to see you.
Yeah, I agree, Daigle. And she's been prepped for it. She has been, I guess, she's had the briefing, so to speak, prior to being on camera, where she's prepared to, cue off of the officer, and she's gonna, she's willing to play along with that.
And that's this is the finality of the basis to the statement. And then they bring her back in 2 or 3 other times, I think it is, just to make sure everything's on, where it's supposed to be with this, in my opinion. Just saying. Mama J, welcome. Good to see you. David Bird, you as well. What about where Ellie let someone who lives in Queen Road Apartments walk down to his car with a pew-pew? The guy that wants to go hunting with the rifle. I know. I've never seen anything like this law enforcement agency in my life and the way things happen. But yeah, interesting point. Very interesting. On we go.
Somebody might not have been her. And then, did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him?
Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw him.
Okay, now I've showed you step by step how Mallory led her into all of those answers throughout the entire interview, and then he just restated it all at once and got her to agree to it. So he led her into those statements, and she followed right along because that's what they told her to do. It's undeniable. Listen one more time.
You hear her dancing. Mm-hmm. You hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you hear her crying.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody, might not have been her. And then, did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him?
Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw him.
From the time that you heard her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him, how much time do you think?
I don't know. I think it was like around 10, 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, I was really out of it. I don't.
Wrong, Dylan, wrong.
Pause it, Daigle.
Kind of blurry. Like I don't fully remember it.
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but someone's takeaway could very well be that it has changed so much right there that Kaylee, he's trying to paint this picture that Kaylee never even went downstairs.
Good one,
she
Eddie.
hears
Good
her
one, Eddie.
call out that someone's here. She calls that out like down, yelling down the stairs that someone's here.
Right.
And you hear her scream, and it could have been her. In other words, it could have not have been her. It could have been Xana or someone else.
Yep.
Because he knows that the body was never on the third floor initially. It was either, regardless whether it was on the second floor or in the, as DM calls the basement, the first floor, regardless. The point being is that her life was ended not in the in the bed of Maddie Mogan, like we've been told.
No, and they definitely were not asleep. We know that too. Because I have a whole other issue with this that we're probably going to be a different show for a different day about the kitchen. And in my opinion, who was attacked and brought down in the kitchen and very possibly bled out in the kitchen. Okay. Whole other show. But just an issue. It's another issue. These are all things that have been completely changed and turned around in this case that shouldn't have been. Just saying.
It hasn't come up yet, but Dylan's even going to say that the gunshot was on the second floor. Mm-hmm.
This is true. It's coming, though. It is coming. Good point, Eddie. Thanks for pointing that out, too. This is a mess, folks. This should never happen. I've never in my life. I used to watch interrogation videos, okay? And witness videos and stuff like that. I've never seen one like this before. It's crazy to me, the way this went down. And him playing dumb like he's playing kills me. It just truly does.
I may mention this before, but I said something about it in chat earlier. I'm curious about Bethany's room. How did it get ransacked?
Well, I don't know that it was. She could have just been a slob. But it sure as hell looked like it was. If that's her bedroom, it sure as hell looks like it was. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, because it looked like somebody just went through all her drawers. Everything's, in disarray.
Yeah, it is a mess. I mean, I can't imagine anybody living like that in their with their room.
But I hadn't heard anybody talk about it. So.
But no, it's never been brought up via law enforcement or in any documents or anything. But it sure as hell looks that way. That's a fact. And it looks like we don't know when it was done either. That's the thing. Was it done? The problem with that, though, too, Hemisphere, is according to what we've been told, that's where they spent the night.
Yeah.
So how does that work out? You know what I mean?
Well, how is it 10 to 20 minutes between the time she sees him and the time he leaves, and then it happened in a certain amount of time? And how does that make that Brian then? Because 20 minutes goes by, or even 10 minutes goes by.
Oh yeah,
not Brian.
Right.
I mean, Billy goes down to her room just before 4 or sometime between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. They're on TikTok and texting and doing all kind of crazy shit in a room that's ransacked.
Yeah. And it makes you wonder, did it happen then? Did it happen after the fact? Did police go through her room after what's the deal here?
Or like you said, was Bethany just a nasty person?
Or were they even there? Okay, there's that too. That's another question that's been asked from the beginning. I'm not saying it wasn't, that they weren't. Don't take it that way. That's all I'm saying. No, you're right. Absolutely. This is nothing like Law and Order. Had to inject a little. Exactly, Beach Baby. I get it. Interesting, though. Very interesting the way this is coming out. All right, on we go.
I would say.
So, help me figure out where, like I said, I haven't been into the building. Where would if this is a basic layout of it, where would your apartment be?
Okay, so.
Or your room, I should say.
I guess, say the door's right here.
This is the apartment or that hall?
It's like a house.
Okay.
It's a whole house. Then there's stairs that go up diagonally like this.
Okay.
Living room. Uh-huh. You're looking at the living room. To the right is the bathroom and Dana's room. Right in front of you is my room and the stairs.
On the second floor, right?
Yes.
So you've got the stairs that are here on the second floor. You've got the bathroom here.
Bathroom and Dana's room around here.
Okay.
My room's like right in front of it.
Okay.
And there's a kitchen.
So this is a kitchen.
Then there's stairs that go up to the second floor.
Okay. So that's up.
And then Kaylee's room is on, going up the stairs. Kaylee's room is on the left.
Up top, right?
Yes, up top. Okay. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also a bathroom next to Maddie's room.
So your door faces the stairs going down to the bottom?
It faces more, like you can see them when you look up, but it's not totally facing. It's more like facing like this.
Okay. So your door's more over on the side?
Yeah. And then I can see like the window door that slides open back there.
So you opened your door. Where was he at?
In between my door and the kitchen.
Okay.
I think. And I saw him go out the door, I believe.
Out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I just remember saying like, no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay. So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement, and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone can come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you can get out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't see anything.
Yeah, Tomboy, that's the other video I watched this morning that I was going to refer to. It's a very long one. So I'm going to have to break it down. Sorry, you guys. Break it down in pieces, and we'll do it in another show. But it's very interesting, too. It was by Idaho for Revealed. Very interesting. They're supposedly mixed in with those crime scene photos, Hemisphere. It's the one that has the like the pictures on the wall behind above the bed over there.
That's what I was wondering.
That's her room.
That was her room.
I believe that's the one, from my understanding.
With all them like the tapestry things on the wall, hanging on the wall.
Whatever those are, right? So
okay.
We'll see. But once again, folks, if you go back to the PCA, there's never one time been mentioned in the reports or here anything about fucking bushy eyebrows.
You're right. She's like, I don't remember his eyes either.
Right. We know for a fact that was added by them. Right. In their in turn, that makes this bullshit.
Right.
On we go.
Which I found was really weird.
But didn't recognize eyes. Definitely a white guy.
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that would be weird?
Mm-mm.
After he left, what happened?
I called me and it was like I heard it sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. I called me and it was like I heard it sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together.
When she said she didn't put two and two together, it's obvious she didn't put two and two together, meaning the firework that Bethany had heard and the gun that the assailant was holding.
And so I told her
she never heard it though. Remember the first time?
And I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything.
What did you say?
At the scene, she said she didn't hear the firework. Bethany did. She has Bethany. She goes, no, I didn't hear that.
That's what she just said there too. She didn't hear it.
Oh, she said she didn't hear it. Oh, I thought she said she did hear it.
No. Okay.
Wait, are you sure on that? My impression was that
I can back it up. That's why we're doing this. No
and
worries.
before you do, I just have to add, the fact that he was talking about eyebrows there, I'm really starting to feel that they had their fall guy on this very moment.
Mm-hmm.
This early, they already knew who was going to fall for this.
I mean, it could very well be. That's a good point. That is a good point.
You thought at the scene, you didn't get that impression at the scene or here? Because maybe, how did I hear it? I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
About
with the way he's trying to plant the description.
Yeah.
Of the lone perpetrator already, they already know who this is.
Yeah.
Who's going to get framed for this?
Right.
Gotcha. I don't know. like I said, I don't put anything past this. I'm not saying you're wrong, Eddie, or you're right. I just it's everything's a possibility with this. That's all I want to say.
That's what I thought too, Christy. But that's what I'll
Micro agrees with you on that one too. I think at the very earliest. See, I always said at the very earliest, but you could be right, Eddie. I said November 25th at the very latest. Okay, but listen to this though. It does make sense what you're saying now. So. And that could be exactly why there's no timestamp date or anything on this, because they don't want all that information mixed in with this, knowing what's going on with this. That's all. So
see, what we're going to listen for? It's crazy because how do you reconcile these two different things? Which is, if indeed she said I didn't hear it, and then in the next moment she says. And then I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Well, 2 and 2 together is Kaylee's death and the gunshot. That's putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
And she's suggesting that she didn't put 2 and 2 together. In other words, she's blissfully ignorant that no one in the house is dead.
Yeah.
So that tells me that I think she said that she heard it. And since she has a bedroom on this second floor, and Kaylee was on the second floor in the bathroom, that she should have. I don't know. I
get it. I get what you're
saying.
It again. Yeah, I'm playing that part back again just to make sure. So I agree with Eddie. The cop is pushed. Oh, yeah, this is a good point. It's a good point.
Well, let me ask y'all, do y'all think there's some form of manipulation going on between law enforcement and the kids?
Well, that's what we're going over right now.
That's the whole thing.
We're seeing it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
That's what we're pointing out.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Big Brother kind of thing going on.
Yeah, you could say that.
I guess that's, yeah.
Because it's like, the way I think about it is, if I was to sit here and tell you a story, and I know balls to bone is the truth, but you go to sit there and tell me, no, that's not the truth, and then I don't sit there and call you out of that. That's what.
Yeah. Yes, and then what David just said is facts too. The gun side of this, because that's important, would have 100% been probed by an honest law enforcement agency, first and foremost, before anything else. And they wouldn't have let that go until they got what they needed out of that questioning part. You know what I mean? Or that part of the questioning. But they didn't even talk to it. They didn't even look at it. They didn't follow up with anything. That's why I don't feel like this is a true and real, question session in a true investigation.
That's where, in my humble opinion, I personally think that law enforcement has something to do with the killings.
You're not the only
I'm
one.
not going to say who. I don't know who. I'm just saying it just seems like the way they're acting and how they act, that they know that it was a police officer that did this.
Well,
or somebody in that aspect, that would explain the cover-up side to it. Truly. The girl who used to live downstairs until recently, who bolted, stated that she left all of her stuff behind. Bethany states her room is to the right. We have nothing official. What right? Well, that's a good point, Ryan, and welcome, my friend. But yeah, the interesting points for sure.
I mean, it's just it may not be true. It's just
you do. Meg is right about that. When you hear at the end of the Nunez body cam, I think we've covered that before too. About you hear them talking about looking for shell casings and stuff like that. So that is true. We all know that Dylan started to run with the bushy eyebrows when she described the mask. The mask that the cops showed her to, right? They drew it for her, basically, or they told her what to draw in that sense, right? Everything about this is it's leading all the way.
And I've watched enough Pop to know that was the angle that he was going at too.
Yeah,
especially with Gunderson.
In some aspects, yes. There's a couple of things he's like leaning toward. I agree with that. Well, here's the thought. Let's think about something. Let's say, for instance, there was law enforcement involved in this situation. What would be the biggest reason? That would be, excuse me, the biggest reason to cover all of this up. And that could explain the entire thing right there. If there was somebody that, even if there, let's say, for instance, there wasn't law enforcement involved, maybe somebody was in that house that night and shouldn't have been. Okay. And if it came out that they were in that house, that's going to look horrible. So in turn, they have to completely flip the story and get them out of there and keep them out of the story is what I'm saying. But again, yes, there are people that see this as in the possibility that law enforcement was involved. Just saying.
Look at how often do the law enforcement go to that house for a noise complaint?
Oh, well,
or make sure they go to a beeline after they already went to one house. Oh, since we're in the neighborhood, let's stop by here and
which never needed to happen. I questioned that the day it happened. Hemisphere.
You see what I'm saying? No, that's
yes. Hey,
where
Michelle.
That angle is coming from. Is seeing stuff like that. I mean, you're gonna go to this one house, but you're gonna go all the way across.
I didn't see. I never saw. Yeah, I never saw a reason to stop at their house. I didn't hear anything. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying.
And 9 out of 10 times, when we look at the body cam footage of it, who's always there?
Yeah, Hunter was always there.
Is always there,
but doesn't know Kaylee, the person he walks out with during the one noise complaint. Bloom. That I can't handle stuff like that. That kills.
And in his statement to when he walked upstairs, he made a beeline to Xana's room. Never said anything about going upstairs checking on.
Well, no, he in fact made sure he said that's the only room I went into. He clarified, and nobody asked him that, but he said that. So, got to remember that too.
Things that make you go,
Every bit of it, yes. And yeah, I want to see the Gooch interview too. I agree with that very highly. On we go.
The door, I believe.
Out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I just remember saying like no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay. So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement, and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone could come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you get out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay.
There it is. Bingo. Just like Eddie said, right there.
He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't see anything, which I found really weird.
Now, did you hear what she just said? Watch this real quick again.
Where's he at?
In between my door and the kitchen.
Okay.
And I saw him go out the door, I believe.
Out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I just remember saying like no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay. So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement, and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone could come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you get out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. Could you see what color his eyebrows?
I don't remember what his eyes look like either. Remember that. And then on we go.
Or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me.
I don't remember what his eyes look like, but I saw his eyes. What? Again, ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Didn't see anything,
Okay.
which I found really weird.
But didn't recognize eyes. Definitely a white guy.
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that that would be weird?
Mm-mm.
After he left, what happened?
I called me and it was like I heard it sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. I called me and it was like I heard it sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together.
When she said she didn't put two and two together, it's obvious she didn't put two and two together, meaning the firework that Bethany had heard and the gun that the assailant was holding.
And so I told her, like, I called everyone, they're not answering, and I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep, and I go to her room, we lock the door, and just go to bed.
Okay.
And then this morning, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up, and we have like a really bad feeling. So I called Dano's room, and he said, you need to call the cops right now.
Okay.
He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see much. Yeah.
Your house, co-ed?
Just girls.
Okay. And, right?
So Xana is on the same floor as me, first floor. Mogan and Keely are on the third floor.
Okay. That's what I'm messing up. Okay.
Daniel.
Didn't hear a call.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I misinterpreted what I heard then. So initially, I thought that DM was saying that she heard, the loud noise, the firework. But now, after you played it the second time, I understand that. So after the perpetrator left, she called
Bethany.
And then Bethany described the sound.
Yeah.
And then Dylan said that in Dylan's mind, she didn't put two and two together, AKA the loud noise and
what she saw
the atrocity.
Yeah. And what she saw that person carrying. Right.
Right.
So, agree. No, that's why we do this, Eddie, so that we can make sure we're hearing things right and what's said and what's not said. That's all. That's all.
Sometimes it takes a couple times.
It does. And like I said, the way they talk, the things that because of the redacting and the things that get cut off and all that, that's the whole point in it. So no big deal. On we go. I'm going to ask again, is he writing anything on that pad? To me, it just looks like he's following along on whatever's written down. I mean, it looks like he's writing some things, but it's hard to tell because of the distance from it. Maybe it could be that he's following along with what he already wrote too, Tomboy, to some extent. Who knows? She saw a person lock the door. She didn't call 911. Again, that's what it all goes back to, see-through. Always. It's always going to go back to that. I want one of these guys to ask her why. Nobody's done that. Nobody has asked any of these people, why didn't you call 911? Nobody. And according to what she just said there, Hunter is who told her to call 911. Well, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it yourself? Okay? You're not. There's nobody in the world that's this dumb. I'm sorry, but you're not. You're not. And you can tell me you are. I'm going to call you a liar. Nobody is this dumb. I apologize. On we go.
Bar startup, nothing like that after the fact.
No.
And then no one has anybody seen anything on any social media posts?
No.
Anybody talking about anything?
No.
Okay. At the same party, anything weird, strange, not normal? Anybody get angry with anybody?
No, it was just normal. Like everyone seemed fine. Xana and Ethan were with me. and it was totally normal. Like
Okay.
there was nothing weird or out of place or suspicious.
Nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that wouldn't be
Mm-mm.
pissed off at him or something?
No.
All right. Anything else you can think of that I should know?
All that I really know was me saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
And I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor.
Because you were just right below it, right?
Below me, and Dana and me on the same floor. So like Dana and me saying the same floor. And
Oh, I get you.
down here, and me saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
And I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor.
Because you were just right below it, right? Because you were just right below it, right? Because you were just right below it, right?
See, that's where you have to do next level listening. What did Dylan say? Said there was a loud boom, and I don't know why I didn't hear it because I was on that floor. But what does Mallory respond with? Well, you were just right below it, right? Now, Mallory knows now, especially that there was 2 unalived on Dylan's floor and 2 unalived on the 3rd floor. So when she talks about a boom and she doesn't know why she didn't hear it, and Mallory says, well, you were just right below it, right? It tells me that Mallory believes the loud boom happened on the 3rd floor with Kaylee and Maddie. Tells me that the most likely person to have been shot in this is Kaylee.
So Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen?
Yes, pretty much. There's like a wall, and there's kitchen, Dana's room, bathroom.
Okay. Anybody else on your floor?
No.
In the downstairs on the 1st?
Yes.
Dago, we got to pause it.
Was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So that part is important to go over. And I think that's partly where I was getting confused. Dylan just stated that the gunshot was on the 2nd floor. And that is not acceptable to Detective Maury. He fixes it. Is that everyone's impression? Does everyone see that and identify that? Or is there a different takeaway?
And part of it again, Eddie, it cut out for a second. I'm sorry.
So Dylan just said that the gunshot was on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
In her own words.
Basically, yeah.
And that is not acceptable. Detective Maury fixes it immediately.
Okay. Let's back it up. Double check it. Yes, sir. Good point and good catch.
And me on the same floor. So like Dana and me saying the same floor. And then down here, and me saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
And I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor.
Because you were just right below it, right? Because you were just right below it, right? Because you were just right below it, right?
That's it right there.
Yep. There it is.
I didn't know how I didn't hear it because I was on that floor.
Right. Right.
She knows it was on the 2nd floor.
Yep. Yes. Very good point.
It could be that, or it could be that she just did a misspeak, a Freudian slip. She may have been in actuality on the 1st floor. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's a gunshot. And wherever the gunshot was, that is where Kaylee.
Yes, I think I know where you're going with it.
Was shot.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it doesn't matter. Really, the important part isn't really, we shouldn't get stuck up on, well, it was the 1st floor. No, it was the 2nd floor. No, it had to be the 1st. No, the 2nd. It doesn't matter. The point is that her body was moved up to the 3rd floor.
That's where you have to go at that point with that. Yes.
And the blood on that floor is probably where she was trying to run for the door and didn't make it.
That's what I thought, and I have always thought at that point. Yeah.
And then they took her back upstairs, which is so sad and sick that your friend saw that. And still, man.
Do we know what time the boom was heard? Barbara asked.
Four-ish. I think she said 4-ish. Bethany said she woke
Yeah,
up.
it was around that point.
Said it woke her up.
Barbara.
And by the way, the HVAC truck was on December 5th.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Thank you, Eddie. I knew you had that stuff there. For those of you that had that question, that's the day. We talked about that a couple years ago, but that's okay. Some of you guys weren't here.
Yeah, JLR has a video on it.
Yeah, the HVAC truck, for those of you who didn't hear him, was on December 5th when everybody was asking about the heating and cooling truck that was sitting in front of the house. That's when it was there. Brilliant. Michelle says, awesome stuff. Yvonne says she slept up and said she was on that floor, meaning the first floor. Okay. Right. Remember the holes in the siding on the, yes, I do remember. Siggy and Mike, welcome. Yeah, we looked into that on the side of the house. It's weird. Certain photographs, we went through it and we really, really looked into it in the Discord, me and the moderators. There's a couple holes in the side, at least one for sure, that clearly resembles a bullet hole. And then we broke it down and looked at it very close up. We had a few other people look at it, and at some point you can tell that it looks like it came from the inside out, because of the way it opens up to the outside of the house. It fits. If you look at the setup in the house, it basically fits in with that back wall right there, and the side wall.
Is that where the blood was outside?
No.
The wall, the blood was, or maybe blood. It was a different side.
Yeah, it's more towards the front.
Damn.
But they did go in and cut pieces of the wall out, folks, the drywall. So remember that too. And that should tell its own story.
I wonder where that stuff is.
Well, it's supposed to be evidence, but we don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, David.
All right, did you guys see if the floor was taken too? Any parts of the floors?
Did
they take any parts of the floors with them?
There was claims that they did, yeah, and yeah, it was the direct opposite side, Krista, from what you're thinking.
Right opposite side. Thank you.
It would be in Maddie's room because it's up high. Right. Sorry.
I never saw the picture.
It's okay. I think I showed it. I don't know. I don't think you were in here, but you can clearly, it's like a perfect hole. And then when we blew it up, we got a really big and like zoomed in close. You can see like, okay, if you shoot something with a bullet and it comes out, it opens out from where.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and then SRB's husband looked at it. He's military. I actually at some point had my buddy Jeff look at it.
Oh, wow.
He's the police officer as well. I looked at it. Two of my kids looked at it that are adults, and everybody agreed on the same thing. So,
like an exit. Wow.
It looked like it was shot from the inside, and it either got wedged or came out of the outside of the house through the siding. So yeah, not a very big bullet because it didn't make a big hole or did do a lot of damage, but big enough to cause damage. That's all. Ryan says he wouldn't ask a question he already has the answer to. He tries to convince you he doesn't. It would also fuck with her. Yeah, good point. Good point. On we go.
See, that's where you have to do next level listening. What did Dylan say? Said there was a loud boom, and I don't know why I didn't hear it because I was on that floor. But what does Mallory respond with? Well, you were just right below it, right? Now, Mallory knows now, especially that there was 2 unalived on Dylan's floor and 2 unalived on the 3rd floor. So when she talks about a boom and she doesn't know why she didn't hear it, and Mallory says, well, you were just right below it, right? It tells me that Mallory believes the loud boom happened on the 3rd floor with Kaylee and Maddie. Tells me that the most likely person to have been shot in this is Kaylee.
So Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen?
Yes, pretty much. There's like a wall and there's kitchen, Xana's room, bathroom.
Okay. Anybody else on your floor?
No.
And the downstairs on the 1st?
Yes.
And then up on the third was, I just know that.
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie. Those are both on the third.
Yeah.
Similar layout where one bedroom over the other.
Yeah, so Kaylee's room was here, bathroom in the corner, and then Morgan's room.
Okay. So Morgan would be over Xana's room?
Yes.
Ish,
I would think so.
Okay.
And I guess Kay would be above my room, I'm thinking.
So Xana is on your floor, but she was upstairs with Kaylee and Morgan.
No, she was in her room.
She was in her room.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ethan was in
Her room.
Xana's room as well.
Okay. So two of them there, then two of them on third.
Yeah.
Got it.
You trying to get me to stop?
My mind is just racing.
No, I was going to say something. I was like, forget it. It's
all right.
I'm trying to work it out how to say it. So those two things don't jive. The fact that Dylan knows that Kaylee ran down the stairs. She kept saying that in Nunez body cam. She knows that as a fact. It seems to be that she ran down from the third floor to the second floor in towards the bathroom, whether she was trying to get into the bathroom and lock it or trying to get Ethan, because he's a big guy, to help with the situation.
Yeah. And
get into that room. Who knows? But it seems to me that is the case, and Dylan knows it. But the two things that don't jive is that we can see Maury in real time fixing that. He wants Kaylee to be on the third floor. So he adjusts it so that it could have been Kaylee that you heard. Who knows? He's trying to establish that Kaylee never made it down from her bedroom, from Maddie's bedroom.
And in turn, folks, thank you for pointing that out, Eddie, because think about this, you guys. That's the narrative we were told from day one for a reason. Okay. This is obviously right here. Why? That's why. That's why we were never told. And I told you guys that I thought Xana and Ethan may have been attacked first. They were targets. They were this, all that other stuff. Okay. Well, this could flip-flop this entire narrative around, and that could be exactly what he was been trying to do the whole time. And this is how it was set in place that way, based on this stuff here, which makes perfect sense to me. It truly does at this point. Just saying.
And the thing that it doesn't jive, those two things don't jive, is Maury's fixing that bit, but then at the same time, he's trying to have the loud noise because he knows that the narrative has to be that Kaylee and Maddie are in the same bed.
Yes.
So in his mind, this might be a Freudian slip on his part because the fix is so early on that they really haven't had time to work this out themselves, that because the two on the third floor the narrative has to be that they both died there. Then in his mind, it makes sense that the gunshot, the loud noise rather, was up there.
Sure.
They hadn't, in other words, he hadn't had time to work it out where, okay, maybe we can have the loud noise just being on the first level and it's a firecracker. They hadn't figured that out yet. So that's why this is like a misstep. What we're observing here is by him saying that the noise was on the third floor, it doesn't even jive with what, it kind of works against what his effort is in trying to have it so that, again, Kaylee never made it down from the third level.
Mm-hmm.
Very good point, sir. Very good point.
And remember, earlier he's like, "Well, you were probably in a deeper sleep, right?" And because you were probably sleeping pretty deep, so he like makes someone think that she was asleep or in a deep sleep, so she wouldn't have heard it. And also, unless they've filled her in at the first scene, she didn't know who was there. Well, oh wait, I'm sorry, she didn't know that Ethan and Xana were in the room, right? But she's like, I don't know where they're at. She didn't know where Kaylee and Morgan were, but she actually does because she heard them running down the steps and stuff like that. You know what I mean? She acted like she didn't know if they were there.
Well, and there's no other reason for them to be anywhere else but there because she did. Yeah, I agree with you. And SRB said that a while back too. Yeah.
It's like now she knows they were there. Now she knows exactly where they were. And I mean, we still don't know what time Ethan and Xana got home, but I guess she could say she doesn't know. But she was awake because she was with Kaylee because she went up to bed, and that's when she knew. I thought she was going to bed, so I'm going to bed. So it's like, it's just, if I wish they would have listened to all the other, like every time they interview them, they don't. It looks like they don't pay attention to the interviews they had before, or what they're saying before, what they said to the other officers, and look, and then they all get together and go, "Oh, well, wow, this doesn't make any sense."
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think it matters. They have to set this in stone.
Right.
They have to set this together as the narrative, no matter what. Yeah.
And they were going to gag this no matter what. They were going to find a way to do it because they didn't want us to hear or see any of this. Because
no, 100%. Yeah.
We would have never probably pleaded.
Hemisphere just said that Dylan's the reason why there is only one perp to do this. So how do we get to proving that there were multiple? Well, it's obvious. It's obvious in some aspects, Hemisphere, because of the crime itself, the fact that there was 4 people, the fact that 2 of them were killed simultaneously. They stated the fact that I'm sorry.
What are the other ones doing? They're not going to sit there and let the other people in the house are going to hear that happening, and they're going to either do something about it or they're going to run themselves or call for help. So unless they're completely not, you can hear everything according to Dylan. So when somebody else is getting it, the other people are going to just sit around and go, there's got to be other people holding them back, stopping them from doing anything, because who's going to sit around and let that go on if you can hear everything? Not all those people aren't going to be like Dylan, where they didn't hear anything.
Which is a complete difference from what we heard from the beginning, that, well, they didn't hear, she didn't hear anything. Nobody heard anything. Tell me why we had to be told that in the beginning, that they didn't hear anything. But then Dylan sits right here and says, in the beginning, you can hear everything in his house. Well, we knew that already. You lied about it and said you couldn't. Or they did. They lied about it. Maybe it wasn't even Dylan. It was law enforcement that lied about this in the documentation. So,
and in their opinion, they made us think that they were all asleep. And in my opinion, if one person does it, he slashed some throats real quick while they were asleep and got out. Like, no fighting back, none of this rigmarole where this.
Wow, that's the Brett Payne, how he walked through the whole thing. Yeah, right.
Make us think that for 2 years, 3 years it was, I think, right?
Happy Monday, Dylan. Good to see you, brother.
It just never made sense. We gave him grace, like us outsiders gave him grace, thinking, okay, we'll just wait, like they said, we'll just wait.
Oh no, that it wasn't that. That's what we were forced to do, Krista, because we had 2.5 years of you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, and then finally, at the end of it, they finally opened the door for it, but it was too late at that point because the narrative was created. The propaganda train had run its course, and Brian was guilty in the court of public opinion. That was all that they needed to do. So,
yep. Again.
Yeah, on we go.
I want to re-listen to the 911 call soon. I haven't really heard it.
Okay. I will give you this just in case you think of anything else.
Yeah, that right there. Who just said that? Where'd it go? Rose says it. Listen, when we're watching the body cam videos and stuff, you can hear how loud it is. Just law enforcement walking up and down the stairs themselves. You can hear everything, folks. And I told you guys before, there's no sound dampeners in his house. There's no carpeting. There's no nothing. So everything that happens, and I said that almost 3 years ago to you guys, there's no way that this girl didn't hear anything, especially when her room is right below this room. It's all bullshit. Well, here it is, the proof now at this point that it was. So
think about how loud.
Very good point, Ro.
How loud Murphy must be in that house, because you said no sound bar. It's a very deep echo.
When he barks, I'm sure it echoes through the whole house. Yes.
And that ones we heard was, if he wasn't outside, we heard it from that part of a distance. Imagine what that sounds like inside or next to the house.
Right.
And nobody's waking up, and nobody's wondering why the dog's barking.
That would explain also, because of the type of house this was, why you can pick up some of that stuff on the camera next door. What was going on within the house, because it echoes outward. So yeah,
all through those walls, those empty walls. They probably either plaster or they didn't have what's it called? Stuff inside. I forget.
Was there a camera that was facing the residence? That's the one that Jules is trying to fight for, right?
Yes, that's the one, Jules. Where I put a FOIA in for it. I can't have the address in front of me, but it's 11
facing the house.
16, I think. There's one, and there was 1127, I think.
Facing it.
There was a camera that was facing straight across from 1122.
There's 2 of them actually that are directly facing the parking lot in front of the house. Yes.
They have it. Does Ellie have it?
I'm sure they have it, but are they going to give it to us? No, I haven't gotten a response back on mine. So.
Huh.
Yeah, she did row. There's no way she didn't. That's all I'm saying. So yeah.
I mean, that's going to tell us a lot to see what happens between all those hours.
No,
I mean,
just as much as I said that the 11-12. If we got the full camera, I want the camera, everything on that camera on 11-12 camera from 9 o'clock that night until 1 o'clock the next afternoon. That's what I want to see on there, but we'll never get that because that, in my opinion, folks, probably has the entire crime and all the truth on it that we need to see in here. That's why we'll never see it.
and that's why
I was just about to say that, because
They had that camera. They had that camera 17 days, folks. 17 days to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do with it.
And that's the one that shows how you pull into that area and how you get out, so nobody can get by, nobody can get past the scene. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah. Yep.
Especially if we find out there was a camera behind the residence as well.
There was probably more than one, to be honest with you.
I think somebody had a tripod or something, right?
The tripod thing was there. There was a couple houses back there that very possibly could have picked things up on cameras as well. From what I understood, Rory said that the one house, if you're standing on the back patio that kind of goes diagonal to the right, there was a camera on that house, he said. So I'm sure there is.
You know what? They're probably.
I mean, Maori's description of the arrow key. Yes. Yeah, Tomboy.
I would think if those cameras tell the whole story, they're destroyed. I would think they probably destroyed them somehow, some way. I don't know, because why would you leave those? I don't know.
That's why we do it.
Before we go on, real quick, I'm still on the the loud noise.
Yes.
So I believe it was Sergeant Blaker who interviewed Bethany. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know if there's a timestamp on that? Well, regardless, I would say if there is a timestamp, it would show that it's probably after this Dylan interview, my guess. Because
I don't think there is a stamp on that one either, Eddie. You think it's done? Or wait a minute, there might be. It's a little different than this one. We'll have to find it, but yeah, I'm sure we can. I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting because now we have the loud noise on all three of the floors. Bethany is stating that it was on her floor.
Yeah.
Dylan knows that it's on the second floor.
Yeah.
Maori seems to be suggesting that it's on the third floor because obviously Maori isn't suggesting, by Maori suggesting that it happened above Dylan. He's not suggesting that Dylan is on the first floor. Nobody's suggesting that.
No.
It's established Dylan is on the second floor. So if it happened above her, he's trying to sway it so that it's on the third floor.
It's on the third floor, right? That way it keeps Kaylee in her bedroom or in Maddie's room and being killed upstairs on that floor. Yes. Every aspect of it does that. Good point, Eddie. Good catch, too. Very good catch. Yeah, you got to read between the lines sometimes, folks. Just saying.
Maori should have waited to interview Dylan until after he had Bethany's statement.
100%. They should have had the same person interview these people in unison, but it is what it is. This is
it's a giant misstep, and they don't even care. Because
they say, "Oh, we'll cover it. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. Fuck it." That type mentality. That's what it's all about. The fixers, folks. All the fixers in the case. They're all there. On we go. And we're about done, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. It's a little longer than normal, but there was a lot to this. So this is the end, and we're about done. So don't worry about it.
Now he goes on to give her the helpline to the university's mental health and all that. And then he'll pop back in there and ask her some more leading questions. But I've got everything that I think I need to give my summation of this. Clearly, as you go through, once again, listen to what she said to Nunez. And then just an hour and a half later, what she says to Maori, the fact that Maori couldn't have seen Nunez's body cam. All he could have gathered before this, if it was on the level, is what he would have been briefed on from one of the other officers that Nunez had told him. So certainly wouldn't be much information. And he went into this with quite a bit of information, it seems to me. and he led her right down the path of where he wanted to lead her. And I think the final result of that is what actually ended up in the probable cause affidavit. When you think about everything that we just heard in this interview and what ended up in the probable cause affidavit, it was all what Mallory led her to say. Let me remind you. Now, how interesting does this become? Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Now that we go back and we listen to that, that is Mallory's word, playing. Dylan said nothing in the first interview, said dancing on the second floor in the second interview, but Mallory had her change it to playing. We've all watched it in real time. And he had her change it to playing in one of the upstairs bedrooms, where Dylan clearly said she was playing with, she thought she was playing with Murphy on the second floor, then heard her go upstairs, say someone's here, and then run back downstairs. But now Mallory's led her into exactly what ends up in this PCA, coincidentally, and saying that she was playing, which is his words, and starts it off in the upstairs bedroom, just like he shifted her to say, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A short time later, no, she said she ran upstairs, said someone's here, and ran back downstairs. A review of records obtained from Kernodle's phone showed this could have been Kernodle, as the cellular phone indicated she was awake using the TikTok app at 4:12. Never in the statement was this. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Well, we just saw how Mallory got her to say she opened the door before the third time during that interview. She never said it. He led her right into it. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Nope. Mallory led Dylan right into that statement as well. And then Dylan said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." That's kind of what she said. Not when the door was open, though, because according to Dylan, she never opened the door until right here when she said she opened the door and seen the guy, peeked out at the guy. But Mallory took that statement, had her add all of these opening the doors, and then I'll be danged if it didn't all end up in the PCA, just the way that Mallory led her to say it. And then Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. What she actually said was he was a little bit taller than me, not skinny, athletically built, and she couldn't see his eyebrows or couldn't remember it, but she did see his eyes. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase, right? This is after they put those words in her mouth in later interviews, y'all. But I wanted to show you where all of these doors opening and all this crap came from and playing with the dog. It wasn't Dylan. Mallory clearly put those words in her mouth, and he did it for a reason. And now what all the unbiased evidence at this point tells me, that right back in the beginning when they put in the PCA at 4:17, you can hear a loud thud. Well, I don't believe that loud thud was anything other than maybe a muffled gunshot that they were trying to slyly disguise in this case. And I believe it happened around the time that the assailants were leaving. It tells me that the most likely scenario is they shot Kaylee, and a cleanup ensued from there when law enforcement arrived long before the 911 call. And they must have had some reason to manipulate that crime scene, because it seems to me like it would likely have been Kaylee being shot on the first floor, and then probably law enforcement transporting her up to Maddie's room and describing the crime scene as they found it. Seems to me like when Dylan says Kaylee ran upstairs and ran downstairs, maybe Kaylee kept running all the way downstairs. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Post your comments, thoughts, criticisms. Till next time, Pavarotti's out.
Can I be?
You muted.
Stupid ass microphone. Please make sure you guys, if you will, jump on over, hit the like button, subscribe. Tell Pav I sent you over there, and thank him for the work that he does, because he does a lot of hard work, guys. He does. Like I said, I don't always agree with every scenario he puts out there, but there's been quite a few that he's done, and I respect everything he does, period, just as I do with any creator that puts any work in. 100%. Welcome, Matrix. Good to see you, dear. So,
Dago, if I could step in real quick.
Anytime, Eddie. That's what it's about, buddy.
And what Pavarotti didn't do at the end there is reiterate the purpose of that whole thing. And the timestamp for that is on his video at around the 14-minute and like 45-second to about 15:05. The purpose is to identify the difference in what Dylan said first to what the investigator Maury is twisting her statement to be, is to be able to identify that in order for that to be the case, they had to have known before the 911 call that this effort was going to be in play.
Mm-hmm. And I can play that from 14:45 to when?
About 15 minutes.
All right, let's hear that real quick, just to reiterate what Eddie's saying.
And before you do,
Dylan had.
Oh,
no, what? That's sorry. It's okay. Sorry.
Yeah. And before you do, the white minivan.
Yeah. The one we see in the very beginning, you guys.
Yep, it is facing up the hill initially, and then shortly after, it is turned the other way. The only way that can happen is if that is a law enforcement officer's vehicle, not a student's, in my opinion. And for that to be the case, then you have to ask the question, that must have gotten to that location before Officer Nunez was there.
Good point. And it's, guys, again, a student's not going to drive that vehicle anyway. Think about that. That's just kind of redundant to even think. Just saying.
Both of which things jive, and it points again to they knew this before the 911 call. It explains that 8-hour delay. It explains who did the cleanup, law enforcement.
There you go. That's interesting. That is definitely a good point, sir. Siggy and Mike, good to see you. I didn't know if I said hi to you, but welcome. Good to have you here. Lauren Ash as well. Yeah, good points, buddy. Good points for sure. So this is what Eddie wants you to hear, what he's saying right here at this point, up to about the 15-minute mark, guys. So a few minutes here, a few seconds. Listen close to what he's saying. So here we go.
Told him. Okay. And it's important to know this because this could only be what Nunez conveyed to Maury. So it's going to prove Maury knew way more about what they wanted them to say before this interview that happened at 1:38, which means they had to have this thing already mapped out and planned long before that 911 call was ever made. And he led her down the path of what he wanted her to say.
That's it. That's it.
There you go. That's it in a nutshell, everybody. I agree with that too. That's how I took it. That's how I saw it. And at this point, based on the title, who told Dylan and Bethany to call 911? Well, you make your own decision based on what you perceived. I have my own thoughts, my own feelings. They're claiming that it was Hunter. I have other feelings and thoughts, but I'll leave that there. You make your own perception. You've seen it. You saw it. You heard it. That's all there is to it with that. And we do, Cat Lover, and we're going to continue doing this to try to answer as many of these questions as we possibly can as we do this. They're not going to answer them. We all know that. I love your shirt, by the way, Krista. I just noticed it. We all know that they're not going to answer our questions. Okay? That's the whole point. Period. Okay? And that's what it's all about. Marky Stega, you have the patience of a saint. The way you give everybody their chance to make their, because that's what it's about to me, Marky. Everybody has the right. If every one of you guys came up here on panel, I would give each and every one of you the option to say what you have to say. That's what it's. Nobody gets that option in many other channels, folks. That's why I do it like this, because you guys deserve the right to voice your feelings, your opinions, not just by typing it, by doing it with your voice and your emotion and your thoughts and your brain and your perception, all of that. That's your right, okay? And you don't get to do that in a lot of places, and that's why I do that here. It may take time, okay? That's why my streams are so long most of the time, but it's important, okay? It's very important, and it's always going to be, and it's never going to change.
I look forward to coming to your lives. I look forward to coming and seeing you guys and being on the panel and hearing all the different perspectives. Like, I don't look forward to anybody else's, you know what I mean? So I don't really.
I do appreciate that very much. I appreciate all of your guys' kind words, and any way you guys support this channel. The best and most important way that you guys support this is being here, hitting the like button, and leaving me a comment. I love the comments. I try to respond to all of them because I like to hear what you say, because I know not everybody is comfortable being up here and talking and showing their face and all that. I get it. You know, not everybody is as sexy and awesome as I am. I understand. I'm just kidding. You guys know I'm kidding. But I believe me, I hate showing my face, but I have to do it because of the way I do things. I'm not comfortable. I know what I shouldn't expect anybody else to do it.
I feel weird when I got used to having my avatar with you guys. I was never able to do that. I just felt like I was talking to myself, but I got used to it with you guys. But
there's a lot of people I'm not trying to toot my own horn. There's a lot of people that will come on here that never would do that anywhere before, that I've tried to make comfortable being on a panel, speaking out, maybe not showing their faces, but at least sharing their voice with the world. Because again, the whole point behind all of this, folks, is us being a voice for the voiceless, because these victims don't have voices and nobody else is telling their truth. Okay. Nobody is telling their truth as to know what really truly happened to them. Nobody.
That's the saddest part for me, is the thing.
That's why I do this. Yes, that's why I'm so passionate about it, because that is all that this is about to me. I don't give, and don't take this the wrong way, you guys. Please don't. But I have to be honest. I don't give a fuck about Brian Kohberger. I don't know him enough to care. Now, I care about his truth and his justice. Yes, because that's what's in our Constitution. That is the most important part of that, okay? And that has to be lived by. But it's not. We don't exist in this country as we the people. This country don't exist as the country it's supposed to be, okay?
Those victims deserve to have the truth of, like, the real killers to be behind bars. If it's Brian, it's Brian. But if it's not, it's not. They all deserve way better than what the fuck they got.
That is absolution. That is absolution. Absolutely. Look, Lucy's in the house. You made it just in time. Lucy's got great timing. She'll probably watch it. She hates Pavarotti. That's why she was not in here, I guarantee you. But thank you for jumping in, Lucy. You got some explaining to do. I love you,
Lucy. They probably knew at the last minute who betrayed them, and what a fucking nightmare, man.
It is. I'm sorry. I was making a joke, guys. I'm definitely nowhere near that big-headed senior. I absolutely hate the way I look. I promise you. And I don't like showing my face, but I can't expect anybody else to come up here, share their voice and or their face if I won't do it. So that's why.
Actually, you got your hair cut again. You cut your hair again, right?
I did. Yeah, I can't handle it long anymore.
It's something different. I don't know what you did in the front, but you did something different to your face, didn't you? Did you have a beard? Did you have a mustache or something before? Why do you look different? Like, did you dye it gray or something?
No, it's just filling in more white now.
It looks different, but it looks good. Is what I'm saying.
Well, wait till I dye it. I'll look way different. I truly will. But anyway, that's why we do this, you guys. That is 100% why we do this, and for no other reason, because they're not going to tell us any truth. We know that now, and that's okay. You don't have to. I'll figure it out on my own. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. But I'm just saying, I'm going to try my damnedest to make sure that the truth does come out somewhere.
And point out the inconsistencies and let the world decide what the fuck the difference, like what happened, because like you said, all of them deserved way better than this, and those families probably are so tired they can't fight, so they need people to be their voices.
Well, their families aren't being told the truth in all aspects either, to some extent. We know that.
That's what they're probably so tired of. Also, they don't know what to do. They can't fight them because they're right under their thumb. So it's like they need somebody to speak for them, whether we agree with what they say or not. There's no way that those kids deserved they deserve better than what they got.
And that's I don't want you guys to take me the wrong way, Fizzy, you as well, saying I care about Brian only because it could be, and that's what I'm like. I'm not saying I don't care about Brian as a person. I do though, because it could be me, Eddie, Krista, Fizzy, Rowena, Senior Wazowski, Beach Babe, Scott, any one of us could be this person. That's what I care about. I don't care who did this, is what I'm trying to say, as in the person. It doesn't matter to me who did this. Somebody did it. Right. Somebody's did this. Multiple people did this, in my opinion. And it's not about Brian. Okay, it's about the truth and the real justice that these people deserve and their families. Okay.
Yeah. And Brian has a defense team, and these kids don't. They have people they have the state working against them, trying to make a lie there. They don't have anybody speaking, like fighting for them like Brian does. Yeah, Brian has his legal team, and he seems really smart by his research papers, that he knows what's up. And like, yeah, we're saying what we have to say. But those kids don't have anybody fighting for the truth for them. Their parents don't fight these people.
That's fact, yes.
I said this.
Signing on to a lie.
I've said this in the past. I'll say it again. There's no worse feeling that you can have than to have your freedom taken away from you in a wrongful way.
That's right.
To know what the truth is in your own flesh and blood, soft bone, you know. You did not have nothing to do with this. But it's so far out of your control, you don't have nothing to do with it. Nothing.
That right there is why Brian Koberger took the plea deal. That's my reasoning for it right there.
Like hit after hit after hit he got with this. Like,
and then again, Willie, I know Willie seems to forget, bro, you need to.
And I can't help but to think that man sit there through all this time, hearing after hearing with all the judges, Judge and Hippler, and he hears all this. And he can't say nothing. And I wish we can have that little fly on the wall of him talking to Ann Taylor behind closed doors and going,
Of course.
And venting out his frustration.
That tells me, though, Hemisphere, in my opinion, that Brian has that much faith in truth. Otherwise, he would have said or done something different other than being as patient as he's been and waiting until his time is there to be able to do what he's going to do. Like Willie said, he keeps forgetting I was there with him that day. But I took it to heart. I was sitting on the panel. I know I had to leave quick, but with Michael, his dad saying, just wait until the truth comes out. That says a lot to me, okay? That tells me something, that you're not going to just say that to throw bullshit out when your kid's already sitting in prison. You're not going to say that.
And he probably knows the truth, too.
Unless you know something. Right. That's my opinion. I agree with you on that. So, just wait. Oh, you're good, bro. Don't say that. You're not retarded.
Right.
And that's what I've been saying to everybody from the beginning, from the moment that this man took this plea deal. Just relax. Calm down. Just wait. Something is going to happen. And when it happens, folks, it's going to happen fast and hard. That shit is going to hit that fan. Oh, my God.
Can you imagine?
The state of Idaho. God bless them.
I wish.
That's all I'm saying.
I wish I could come across that video I watched of the Delphi killer that was accused.
Richard Allen. Yeah.
I watched it. I mentioned it for a reason, though, because during that interrogation, it was like the cop was playing his best friend and said, now, hold on, listen to me. This is what's going on, this, that, and the other. And he's trying to stay within his motions, but he lost it. Why is exactly the reason why I say that. It's the fear of getting blamed for something that you did not do, but you're sitting there and going, okay, prove that I did it. You can't prove that I did it, but you
never did.
Push the narrative against me. So I ain't got no choice but to fight back against you. And then that's when everybody will go, see, that's him. That's the reason why he's guilty. No, that's because the man's standing up and saying, no, you're wrong. That's not the way it happened. But if you ain't gonna believe me, then fine. Do whatever you gotta do with me. I don't care. I'm tired of
that's the problem. Richard Allen walked into that police station that day to try to help in that situation. That's what he did.
You told
in
me.
doing that, he fucked himself over. Okay, and that's sorry for the language, but that's what he did. That case makes me sick.
Oh,
this is 2.0 for me in this. Okay,
yeah.
And they played him. We watched that interview here, guys, when we were covering that case. Word for word. They played him right into what they needed, and he said it. Prove that I did it. I didn't do this. You know I didn't do this. Guess what? It didn't matter. They did what they did because they have that power. Power versus the people, folks. Remember that.
So
that's where we're at with in life. That's exactly what happened with Richard Allen, and it's a damn shame.
What a fucking
that was his breaking point, in my opinion. I wasn't really invested in that case like I am with this one, but I just want to know when was the straw that broke the camel's back in Koberger's mind to make him go, it's out of my hands now.
Ian told him that, in my opinion, like I said at the beginning, hemisphere, I think Ann said, I think she tried. I think she tried to push it through based on the law, thinking that, well, it can't be all this and it can't be. But if you guys remember back, I can't remember the date. I think it was May, when she was in there with Triple J. And I always remember this hearing for this specific reason. And she said, there's so much going on, Your Honor. You have no idea. And he said, no, but I do, Miss Taylor. And I feel for you. He saw it there. And she was telling him there and the rest of us, this case is nothing but bullshit. And it's everything you can imagine. And there's so much of it. She knew she was up against the wall. And she tried pushing it, hoping that Hitler was going to do the right thing. And it's obvious that he didn't. So
is that when she popped up and said, I don't have to prove anything? The prosecution can get up there and state their case, and I ain't got to say a word.
No, different hearing, but that was another good point, too.
I think that was at her breaking point, too.
It could have been, but like I said, well, I think her breaking point, and that's when she gave it to Brian that way, is when she said, when she tried to get the alternate perpetrators to go through.
I was going to say that was it.
And the continuance, and he denied everything, and that was when she said that. Brian, I'm sorry, I'm guessing what she said. I didn't see it, but she probably said, "Listen, Brian, my job is to save your life, to get the death penalty taken off the table. I'm going to do that. I can't do anything else. I've tried everything. We're against the wall."
Well, when you see
that I can do for you, and that's what she did.
When you see they're blatantly ignoring evidence that exonerates him, you know you can't win. There's no way you can, because they don't give a shit. Yeah, I think they just at the end, they don't.
Told you guys.
And they had that go on the trial with everything that was going on. They couldn't even present their case like that.
Right, and I told you guys years ago, I've got full faith in Ann Taylor. I always have. Ann Taylor does not ask a question she doesn't know the answer to already. She doesn't put forth emotions. She doesn't, well, you know what I'm trying to say, okay?
Yeah.
She doesn't do things when she doesn't know the outcome, what it's going to be. She tried doing her job the best she could, hoping that things would happen, but I think she knew.
Right.
From a certain point in this case, she knew this isn't going to happen, and did the very best she could. And at that point is when I think the breaking point was for both of them. And she just said, listen, I'll get the death penalty off the table. We'll save your life at this point. And you got 2 years, Brian, to do whatever you got to do at that point. And maybe we can prove your innocence at that point there. And I think that's where we're sitting right now.
I mean, if nothing else, we all can see that it's not right. If there's something, how much cup could we be missing at this point? So at least, he's still in there, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter what kind of support you have if you can't get yourself, if it can't. I do think though, if another, appellate court or a higher court sees this, how could it still, how could another court system or county, I don't know what it would be, a group of people look at this and
they need to get him out of this court system. That's been stated already. They need to get him into a different realm of court, and I think it'll probably that it could help him in that sense. That's all I'm saying.
Case law, they have to look at you gotta have all these things that's the reason that things are set up the way they're set up, because you got people that you have to be other judges be accountable to. I guess you know what I'm saying. You have other systems in its place so if this can't happen. But it is happening, and hopefully a higher court will be like, this can't happen, because we can't run shit this way. It's not, another state can't come in and go look and go, hey guys, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, how is this okay?
No. And
it's so scary. It really is. It is. It's so it's so fearful to know that our judicial system in our country has gone this route.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
It's ass backwards, man. It's just.
Yeah.
Well, it's the demise of the country in itself, and hopefully at some point they pull their heads out of their asses and see what it's doing, and that's that. But to answer your question, Christine, do I think the firefighter was connected? I don't know much about that. I never looked into it. I don't think so. And I'm just not based on my opinion.
Did you hear the story? If you listen, I think it's like Sherlock or somebody, the way he tells the story, it makes goddamn sense.
Well, and I'll have to look into that more. I never took the time to look into it because I just thought it was one more thing. I will. I'll look at it.
It's one video, and I'm telling you, like, if you hear what other people that were at the scene, you're like, oh my God. One firefighter was going to be a witness, I think, or something for Brian. It's something like that. And he's gone, and they don't really explain. I don't know. I was watching. I said, "Oh my God!" And
that's why I want to look into it and get facts. I want to get facts, and I'll look into the facts side of it, and then make a decision based on that.
Yeah, I think it's Sherlock's video. He does is where I saw it. Right. I was like, "Whoa!" But then I said to Willie, "He's like, don't even say it. It's too much."
Right. And I know. Listen, I know there's people that have their issues with Ann, and I'm telling you guys, at some point, you're probably going to retract the statements that you feel that way about her with, when you see what happens that I think is going to happen, and that's fine. People have their opinions. I respect that, but at some point, I think you're going to see it, and then you'll say, okay, Dago was right. It is what it is. And that's my feelings there, guys. I think Ann knew going into this, first off, where she was at, because she's tried other cases here.
Right.
How law enforcement works here and all these types of things. I think she knew those things, but you can't just say, I'm not going to do this. This is your job. So at that point, you know what I mean? And we'll see, is what she probably said. We'll see what happens. Maybe we can do this, and anything else. But I think she knew that she was going to be running into the wind with this the whole time. That's truly what I think.
Basically, like, they had her neck. There's no, they had, they weren't going to let her go. Sorry.
No, I interrupted you. I agree with Dago.
Yeah, me too.
She's not corrupted. Her hands were tied. The fix was in against Brian. Nothing she could have done.
He knew it too. He's not an idiot. We know he's not. We saw his papers. We know what he was talking about. We know what he was reading. We know what he was writing about. So he was probably they were probably partners in this, and they probably made this decision together because I think he knew exactly what he was up against. He knows about false pleas. He knows about innocence going to prison, all of it. He was writing about his life, basically, what's going to happen to him.
Right. And that's what I thought too, Lucy, that the firefighters had nothing to do with it. I didn't think so either. That's why I didn't really look into it. All right. Everybody has the ability to tell a story in a way to make it sound. I'm not saying Sherlock or it's all based on speculative theories that everybody puts the things out that they do to some aspect. Mm-hmm. And it makes sense if you look at it that way, I'm sure, but you have to be factual. That's why I said I didn't look into it, because I didn't find any connections that made any real difference to me. That's all.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean anybody else has, you're wrong if you're looking at it that way. I'm not saying that. It's just how I
I'm just curious. I'm curious. I want to rewatch it too, because I probably know more about the story now. So I want to see more. Like, if I change, you know what I mean? What makes me I know, maybe I'm so gullible sometimes, or maybe too. Because, I mean, if you tell me the firefighter was there and he knew that Brian was in, I don't know, then it's like, okay, that would make sense that we get rid of him. They got rid of everybody else. Like, what
they need to do is show proof that this person was connected. Right. And if you show me the proof, documented proof, then okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I'll check Sherlock. I think it was Sherlock's page.
Thank you, Matrix. Hello.
But Lucy knows I trust her business.
Wait a minute. Hello at True Crime with Dago. Has everyone listened to the enhanced 911 from? Oh yeah, we've listened to it multiple times, Matrix.
I was just saying,
the dispatcher is weird. Yeah, we've definitely heard it. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that.
I said that about the dispatcher. It was more like she was kind of like they say she was just trying to do her job to find out exactly what was happening, but she did sound a little like annoyed and like.
Well, let me stop you right there. She was annoyed because that's annoying. I would be annoyed because a dispatcher in a 911 center has to follow a protocol, period. They have a script they read. That's all there is to it. And they have to hit certain points through that whole thing. It's part of their protocol.
Yeah.
If they don't, they can get in trouble. Because if something were to happen in that situation, and it could come back on her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I'd be annoyed with her. I'd be annoyed too if I were her. I just feel like
she didn't do some things the right way, in my opinion, but in other ways she did, and they were passing the phone all over the place. You're not supposed to do that. So anyway, I got to get out of here, you guys. We've been here 5 hours, 15 minutes, and I gotta go help get dinner going and stuff like that. My kid's home now. Welcome, Dylan. Oh, where'd he go? He was up here. He's gone now. Okay, I thought he was up here, but anyway,
tomorrow.
Daigle, thanks as always. I feel we accomplished something productive today. Going over.
I agree. I do agree.
So thanks.
I do agree. Matrix. Yeah, we definitely listen to that Matrix. Just so you know,
I'm gonna listen to it there right now as soon as we get off here.
Yeah, Outcast did a great job with enhancing all that and so on and so forth. And there's other things I told you guys when I listened to it initially. I hear somebody in the background talking about a watch. I hear somebody screaming, shut the fuck up, and things like that.
I gotta hear that. I've never, because I only heard it from the ones that we got on mainstream media. So
yeah,
I know let's listen to it, but I was like, just
yes, absolutely. Thank you, Matrix, so much. Appreciate you. Anne isn't compatible as an attorney. She's extremely analytical and yes, that's the point that I'm always trying to make, Ryan. Thank you for saying that. She's a very strategic attorney, very intelligent and very good at her job. And I kind of get slightly offended because people don't quite understand her and how she does things. But I get why they do that, why people get upset with her, because it didn't turn out the way you think it should. I fully understand and I get it. But like I said, just wait and watch. That's all I'm saying. And I'm promising you, for those of you that don't think Anne was a good attorney, you're going to regret saying that. And it's okay. It's okay. I get it.
Assemble a team of badass attorneys to help out. Yeah, she might know a team that she could set, help him. I'm saying she might knows a lot of good, like, badass attorneys that would be a team for him.
Yeah.
If the attorneys see this case, they're going to be like, first of all, even if you're guilty, how are you? Like, there's other people that are way more guiltier looking than you, more circumstantial evidence. You know what I mean? The circumstantial evidence, if that's what they're going by, would all go to the other people that actually left stuff in the house.
I just think she's going to prove the whole point in what she had done at some point.
Everything we see, basically.
It's not black and white. It's not cut and dry. It's not that simple that here, I'm your attorney, I'm going to get you off. That doesn't work that way all the time. You know what I mean?
They're up against a lot of agencies, 3-letter agencies, regular. Right? It seems like it's a lot of. Yeah, I hear you.
Absolutely. Eddie, thank you for joining us, and he's gone already. Matrix, thank you as well. I appreciate that so very much. Your input, your thoughts, your feelings. Krista, thank you as always for being here as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Everybody, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you guys so very much. As always, I missed you guys very much. And I don't know, I might be able to pop in here for a late one tonight. Is Twiz in here? When did he pop in here? I didn't even see him. Oh, there he is. Everybody has to learn someday. Yeah. Right, Twiz. Good to see you, brother. And get a hold of me, Dylan, if you can. Hang on a minute. Just email me if you have my. Hold on a minute. 1 second.
Well, thanks for having me up here with you. If you come back on, I'll be more than happy to come back up here with you.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, sir.
All right.
Absolutely.
See you later, chat. Later, Dago.
I'm reading. Yes, sir. Have a good one. Send me an email, Dylan, and then I'll give you my phone and you can give me a call. Okay. If you're all right with that, you can block your number or whatever you want to do. But yeah, just send me an email. I'll return the email to you with my number in it, and then you can give me a call, bro. All right. Everybody else in here, once again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing, because you guys are the beautiful people. Much love to you all. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Thank you to my moderators for doing such an amazing job. And I'll see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all. Have a great one.
flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible